for a crew. I've got my flaws and bonds and wish you were on your way. Wait, could I extend a quest full of mayhem? There is something dangerous in the plan. This game warms my heart, proved in the fire as our walls break down. And the years of balls, every level better as we raise the bar. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over.
Just a quest and you know I'm hooked. If we forget, we'll check the handbook and it's okay. Stay. It might take hours to kill this dragon, but don't you wanna be the champions when we play? This game, it warms my heart. Choose who we are and then we play the part. And let's dungeon crawl. Now I'm looking deadly with a +1 roll. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop.
So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be over.
Please 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 don't let the game be over. Please let me win you over. Grab some dice, grab some dice, grab some. Stay in the wild alone, no need for a crew. I've got my flaws and bonds and wish you were on your way. Wait, could I extend a quest full of mayhem? There is something dangerous in the plan. This game, it warms my heart, proved in the fire as our walls break down. And the years of balls, every level better as we raise the bar. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with
know I'm hooked. If we forget, we'll check the handbook and it's okay. Stay. It might take hours to kill this dragon, but don't you wanna be the champions when we play? This game, it warms my heart. Choose who we are and then we play the party. Let's dungeon crawl. Now I'm looking deadly with a +1 all, and I'm on the job. Magic items in every shop.
So let me win you over. Grab some dice, become a hoarder. Gather paper and a sword. Join with our crew, kill beholders. From the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres. Please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. So let me win you over. Grab some dice, become a hoarder. Gather paper and a sword. Join with our crew, kill beholders. From the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres. Please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be
Please
over.
don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be over.
Please 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 don't let the game be over.
So let me win you over.
Please let me win you over. Grab some dice, grab some dice, grab some. Stay in the wild alone, no need for a crew. I've got my flaws and bonds and wish you were on your way. Wait, could I extend a quest full of mayhem? There is something dangerous in the plan. This game, it warms my heart, proved in the fire as our walls break down. And the years of brawls, every level better as we raise the bar. And I'm on the job. Magic items in every shop. So let me win you over. Grab some dice, become a hoarder. Gather paper and a sword. Join with our crew, kill beholders. From the tavern on the corner to a battle with a gnoll. Great adventures fighting ogres. Please don't let the game be over.
You suggest a quest and you know I'm hooked. If we forget, we'll check the handbook and it's okay. Stay. It might take hours to kill this dragon, but don't you wanna be the champions when we play? This game, it warms my heart. Choose who we are and then we play the party. Let's dungeon crawl. Now I'm looking deadly with a +1 all, and I'm on the job. Magic items in every shop.
So let me win you over. Grab some dice, become a hoarder. Gather paper and a sword. Join with our crew, kill beholders. From the tavern on the corner to a battle with need for a crew. I've got my flaws and bonds and wish you well on your way. Wait, could I extend a quest full of mayhem? There is something dangerous in the plan. This game, it warms my heart, proved in the fire as our walls break down. And the years of brawls, every level better as we raise the bar. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a knoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over.
Suggest a quest and you know I'm hooked. If we forget, we'll check the handbook and it's okay. Stay. It might take hours to kill this dragon, but don't you wanna be the champions when we play? This game, it warms my heart. Choose who we are and then we play the part. And let's dungeon crawl. Now I'm looking deadly with a +1 roll. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop.
So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a knoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with a knoll. Great adventures fighting ogres, please don't let the game be over. Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be over.
Please don't let the game be over.
Don't let the game be over.
Please 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 don't let the game be over. Please let me win you over. Grab some dice, grab some dice, grab some. Stay in the wild alone, no need for a crew. I've got my flaws and bonds and wish you well on your way. Wait, could I extend a quest full of mayhem? There is something dangerous in the plan. This game, it warms my heart, proved in the fire as our walls break down. And the years of brawls, every level better as we raise the bar. And I'm on the job, magic items in every shop. So let me win you over, grab some dice, become a hoarder, gather paper and a sword, join with our crew, kill beholders from the tavern on the corner to a battle with
you know I'm hooked. If we forget, we'll check the handbook and it's okay. Stay. It might take hours to kill this dragon, but don't you wanna be the champions when we play? This game, it warms my heart.
No.
Choose who we are.
No killing. What?
Okay.
No?
I was supposed to be tormenting my players, but no, here we are. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
They're
Hello.
tormenting
Us
me.
players can torment ourselves.
No, they're tormenting
No.
me.
Yeah.
We're tormenting the DM.
I mean, I was unintentionally doing that. If I am, I'm
No.
sorry, but
To be fair, as a reminder, she can and will torture the crap out of our characters for all of this.
I'm
Yes.
fully counting on it for Jax, to be honest.
So, last time, you guys decided to pull out of the tournament, sneak out of the city, and hope there's no repercussions and that it could all just work out well and everything. Because you're putting a lot of faith in a stranger.
Sorry.
You managed to get out of the city. You snuck on home. Ethan and Echo still are not back this early in the morning. Some people have left, though. Faye and Frost did leave this morning. Blair stayed for some reason, which scares me a little bit.
We'll find the methods to their madness soon enough.
To be honest with you, it felt, seeing as this is where she was, it felt like the easiest place for him to come back to at the moment, I think.
Well, the only thing that you're probably aware of is that Dusk and Silk are here, but nobody else is aware of this because they've been hiding out outside, so that's the reason they're off over here when nobody's outside.
Yeah.
We.
The only ones who knew were, was probably Frost originally, and then he told the other two. So, some of you are probably getting started on, your morning stuff, because you know you're gonna start opening the tavern up again sometime, at some point.
Yay, Jax will have a job again.
Yeah, well, you guys technically always had a job, it's just been, we took a vacation at things, because we had the party and all that stuff.
And one of us almost died. Well, one of us did die technically, but, NPC-wise. But we don't talk about that.
They didn't die, though. Unless you're talking about somebody else, but not the tournament.
Oh, I was talking about back when we were in that weird, saw trap-like place. With, Brain needs to remember names. Oh shit.
God, that was even before
Yeah.
the party
Oh,
stuff.
was it?
That
Shit.
was way before the
Alright.
tournament.
Disregard what I said then.
Yeah.
'Cause Brain is going somewhere else.
Yeah, no, Siren's, fully recovered and stuff.
Thankfully.
Thanks to Ronnie.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean scary blonde lady.
Yes.
That is forever what Jax's name for her will be when she is not around.
I think the only ones that are probably doing their actual jobs, Jess is probably just idly cleaning tables because she's bored.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Siren and Karrus are probably more discussing how they're going to deal with night stuff and split it up because it was just going to be them, Ethan, and Echo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I assume Kani would be there because she'd probably want to be aware of what his schedule's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
For reasons.
But she still does the cooking and stuff, so, whenever.
She's getting better.
Yay!
Rii'Vahn is probably doing he's probably the only one who does a daily chore, which is cleaning the rooms up. He really only has to clean up the guest room because the others slept in it last night. They were told they were allowed to, so they probably did. Rii'Vahn You're kind of small. Why don't you
I'm
just
indeed small.
roll
That
me a
never means anything good.
just want you to roll me a
Uh-huh.
perception while you're cleaning up that room.
Alright. Oh, right. I was just going the last one for Ron. I don't want to chew on plastic. But
Valid. Oh, I
Well,
forgot. I
I
put away my
forgot to
fidget,
close
so
the
I need to
door.
go get another fidget.
Yeah, I gotta close my door. Oops.
you said perception, right? Oh.
Yes, I did.
Okay. That is a perception. Okay, that's my modifier. Rolls. 1
Are you serious?
Are you dead?
Uh,
Dead ass?
plus 2. Sorry, plus 1. So 2.
Oh my god!
Oh, Rii'Vahn, buddy.
No, buddy.
All right, Rii'Vahn, you do not find something.
I
That's
want
probably a good thing.
Nope, it's just going to be in the notes until somebody finds this random thing.
God,
I'm
dang
assuming
it.
that's probably a good thing.
Because Jess probably used to clean the rooms before, but she probably just like washed the bedding and made the beds. She didn't probably do a thorough cleaning like she should. I feel like Rii'Vahn
God.
is small enough that he would like bend down and like clean the floors and stuff if there's trash on the floors or stuff or anything like that.
Of course.
That's fine. You just totally missed it. Don't worry about it.
Fine.
As long as that doesn't turn out to be As long as that doesn't turn out to be a special tool that we may need to use later, I'll be fine.
Hmm.
Well, we'll find out when somebody goes in that room at some point.
In time. Yes.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So, the rest of you, what do you do? While we wait.
That is a good question.
While the boys are probably still discussing things, Kani will probably go get started on prep stuff. Make things a little easier while they're still waiting for Ethan and Echo to show back up. She's probably also like leaving out like little things here and there for people to just come and grab and snack on, because everybody's just been a little like milling about and doing things, and there hasn't been any set thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think do you think these two are like actively trying to like keep hidden right now?
Probably not, so
Yeah, so you probably see the two just sitting on like the bridge by the river there. Just chatting.
yeah, she'll probably make sure there's some extra food, because she doesn't know exactly who they are, but she's like, they're in this vicinity. They have to be with somebody that exists here at some point.
I don't know, the
I'm going
They
to
tavern,
are,
assume
as
they're
we
gonna
say,
need food.
shooting the shit.
the tavern's been closed. For all you know, they stopped by, saw it was closed, and just like parked there. That's all. That's far as you're
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah, she's just like, yeah.
Let's not ask questions.
I knew I was forgetting an animal somewhere.
Mittens was hanging out with Karrus.
I couldn't.
I see.
Yeah, I feel like yours is just watching them.
Yeah, he has no new people to fuck with that aren't on the way over there.
They're so far away. There's the lazy cat that we all know and love.
Yep.
Alright, Jax, what are you doing?
That's a good question. I don't think he's entirely sure himself. Hmm. He's kind of just sitting there, Still reflecting on the fact he almost killed a person
Oh my
in
goodness.
the tournament. It's affecting him quite bad.
They even talk to you, man.
He knows, but he still feels bad.
Don't make Sarkis come over and just smack the hell out the back of your head.
You
Okay,
might
so
have
you're
to.
brooding in a corner, basically.
Not necessarily brooding as much as he's going, oh my god, I almost killed a person.
Yeah, so that's
Oh my
what
God.
Jax is doing off in the corner.
Mainly because it was either that or, I don't know, just sitting there in a journal or something. Because honestly, my brain didn't think that far. So I rolled a d6 and went with whatever it landed on.
Okay. Does anybody take notice of him just secluding off into corners and stuff?
He's also staring off into space. I'll add that onto it.
See, the one problem, I don't think Sarkis doesn't even have a good line of sight of him.
Ah, yes, guarding the storage shed has its benefits.
It's the worst. I'm pretty sure you're actually sitting on a table, not a chair. I'm pretty sure that's just a corner
It looks
table.
like a bench to me, but if it is a table, I'll just stand right next to it.
So
I always just thought this was a stool.
So I know for a fact in one of my asset things, I have a very similar asset, and it counts as both a table and a chair. So, but because it's all by itself, I assume it's a table.
Ah, good news. Guess
So
what?
in that case, he'll stand beside it.
If you're sitting beside it, now Sarkis has a line of sight of it.
Oh, you do.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so you do.
Oh my god.
I
See ya.
feel like Jess has
Crusading time!
I feel like Jess has probably tried to come for you, and she just doesn't know what to do. So that's why she's just doing something else
Let's
now.
see, what's in Sarkis' inventory?
Uh-oh.
Am I about to get something yeeted at me?
You gotta miss Umbra, which is even more hilarious.
Considering they're friends, yes, that is actually hilarious that he just doesn't care.
I feel like Umbra would just like, I mean, if this was not like D&D, I feel Umbra would see that and just duck. Just like, yeah, I know this shit. This
Her
is
back
same old
is
routine.
to him. Based
You
on
know
how
what?
she's sitting at the table. Hmm.
Can he find like a cork or something laying around?
I mean,
Probably.
Cool. He picks it up and he will beam it in Jax's direction.
Okay. Roll me an athletics check. And Umbra, are you trying to actively like throw it over Umbra, or are you trying to
Yes.
throw it past her? Okay.
Over Umbra towards him. He's like,
Okay.
I'm
So
just trying to hit him. Just
so let's just throw like just roll me an athletics check. Let's see how far you can throw it.
dirty 20.
Yeah, Umbra and Serafina just see this cork go over over them.
just wait.
Clocks
Umbra at this
Jax in
point
the
is-
side of the head.
Umbra's a little too lost in thought right now to notice.
He
Uh,
jolts as if
She's-
he was asleep when he wasn't, but like he jolts like he was, just like, "Ugh. Where'd this cork come from?
Umbra's still missing her boyfriend, friend, plaything.
Friend of a
Yep.
friend.
Maybe, possibly, allegedly.
Jax picks up the cork and just stares at it like, where the hell did this even come from?
If you're going to call what you're doing guarding, you're not going to be moping about the tournament.
Yes, sir.
I see it again. It's a whole bottle that gets thrown.
Yes, sir.
We'll wipe up the counter.
You better hope it breaks. It hurts more if it doesn't.
Funnily enough, I knew that
what-
one. Serafina, you've been here for how long and you're still not used to this?
Sarkis hasn't done this. She's used to Umbra
Oh,
doing
yeah, no,
something
fair
stupid, not
enough,
not
fair enough,
Sarkis.
fair enough.
Hey, that
fair
wasn't
enough.
stupid.
No.
No, that was
Called
totally
encouragement.
justified. I'm the character that was being thrown at, and I say it was justified.
Well, she
Yeah,
doesn't
so now
know.
he's a lot more attentive now.
She doesn't know Sarkis and Ethan as well. But I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
true.
this is actually like normal for. At least Jess seems to think it's normal.
Yeah, he's a lot more attentive now.
Every so often he will be cleaning over there.
Yeah, no, at this point now he's just finding things to busy himself with. Even if it means sweeping the floor around the area he's guarding. Even if it's clean, he'll still sweep, just because something to do. And also to take mind off thing. He doesn't want to get a bottle thrown at him. He's been hit with a bottle once before. Later story.
He never said what kind of bottle either.
No.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't say if it was like a glass bottle. He didn't say, I don't know what other kind of bottle so would be in this time period.
Like
Karrus will
metal.
probably, after they finish talking, probably go outside and
Yeah, he'll probably
His
follow
usual
you
thing.
and head off over to Kani to help her.
Mhm.
And play with beads and toast.
Beans and toast.
Yes.
Eventually, I'll find cakes to put back on the map.
You know.
Yeah, Sirens can come over and ask her if she needs any help with anything.
I think she's BRB'd.
Oh. Okay,
Something
anybody
about
else
going
doing
to as a
anything?
child.
Hmm. Umbra is spaced out right now.
Seraphina's probably just talking away, and let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Seraphina's talking and Umbra's just hearing, like, the sound of ringing ears, like, very loud.
Not quite that. It's more the muted, muffled.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
about-
they are.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
sorry.
So there's two things going on. Umbra is spaced
God.
out, and Siren is asking Connie if she needed anything. So whichever one you want to do, we could go back to the other one later and give you a break in between.
Sounds good. Let's start with the Umbra thing, since that was inside and Seraphina was already talking and things like that before I left.
Yeah.
She's gonna look at Umbra because after she reacted to the whole thing, she just kind of looks and is like, Umbra? Umbra.
Do not focused.
Just stands up on her chair, waves hand in front of Umbra.
Sarkis will ready another.
This time it's meant for Umbra.
Yes.
Hi. What's with the the I'm thinking about something not here face. You don't usually have that face. I have that face.
I've asked him to stay.
I'm going to sit down and you're going to explain.
Explain what?
Who he is and what do you mean asked to stay? Explain a little, please.
He is a person?
Wonderful. You're going to have to be more specific. There have been many he's in and out of our doors. Or these doors and then the school and everything else. So you're going to have to be more specific on who you wanted to stay.
Fuck, how would you word this? Fuck. And of course, player derps on the name. Fuck.
Darius.
Yeah, thank you. Were you around when Darius was?
Yes, I was, because that was around the same. Darius is Siren's older brother.
Right, I could have just said that.
Is that the he?
No, I was just asking a completely unrelated. What the fuck do you think?
Look, I have to clarify with you sometimes. So, you wanted to stay? You wanted him to stay with you?
I don't. I think so. I don't know.
Okay, let's run through the list of things here. Sorry, I just had things run through my brain. Sorry. Love the train crash in my brain mid-speech. So, you and Darius had a very good time while he was here, yes?
Couple of times.
I don't need a number.
It was actually 5.
Outside of the fun, did you two talk? Have deep conversations? Be like people with each other? If that makes any sense.
He wasn't exactly people for the most of the first one.
Did I mention I don't need details on that?
I was talking about a conversation.
Oh, okay. So, well, he does come from a family of, like, nature magic, so that's not too far. Though there's so many questions in that one statement. How did he make you feel? In general, I'm not talking... In general, being around him, how did you feel?
Different.
Okay. Different good, different bad, different neutral.
I didn't hate it?
Okay, so we're leaning towards neutral or good, somewhere in that line?
Yes.
Okay.
Why do I
Were
feel like I'm
you-
being interrogated right now?
You're not. I am trying to help you work problem solving. Problem solving involves questions. It's a lot like kind of a scientific theory almost. You have to work out all of the questions. You have to get an answer for a lot of different smaller questions to kind of answer an overall question.
That was accidental. Don't mind that.
So, that being said, do you miss him?
I keep thinking about him.
In the same way that you think about a friend? Like, do you think this intensely or all the time about, like, Sakas or Ethan when you are at the school?
Can you rephrase? That was confusing.
Okay, so in comparison, when you're apart from Sarkis and Ethan, like when you're teaching at school and everything like that, do you think about them nearly as much as you are currently thinking about Darius?
No?
Okay. So it's very different than just your normal casual friendship.
I guess so.
I'm operating under the assumption that you may not have experienced an actual connection with people often.
Define connection.
Several different kinds. This one on some level might be, I don't know.
How
won't
descriptive.
Look, it's hard to describe because I don't necessarily want to say the word romantic unless you think it might be that way. Because it's one thing to, have fun with someone, as I have found out, and also very different when you are intensely involved with them along with the fun things. So.
You've been committed to your guy for as long as I've known you.
Exactly.
The fuck you mean as you found out for the other one?
Because someone had to explain that to me. The person being Leo. You know he explained that to her.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
a difference.
Now I'm curious how that conversation even came up in the first place.
That is for a different time, and you're not getting out of this at all. You can try, not going to happen.
Well, you're the one sidetracking here.
Point is, it sounds like you're putting Darius in a little bit of a different category. Am I wrong?
She'll shrug.
If Darius were to walk in the door right now, would you be happy to see him?
Possibly.
Hey, Danica. I think you might have a crush on someone. Like an actual for real crush and not just they're very attractive and I'd really like to have fun. Like your normal way of doing things.
You know, one of these days you're going to use a different term for that and it will shock everyone.
I am not. You can try. But it's not going to happen.
Considering I have the rest of your life to attempt, Game on.
I think you should try to. I don't know if you have any way of contacting him, but maybe reach out and have a conversation.
He does a thunk. So, with my current armaments, the best bet I have for that would be stabbing someone important to him, and that's not the best idea.
Let's not do that. Let's see if you can. I'm sure there's a way to contact him. I'm sure that there are multiple different ways, spells, other things that we can find to get in touch and see what he thinks and have you two kind of have a small conversation. Potentially him come back here, you go there, whatever you need to want to do. But the staring off into space thing is not like you, so I'm a little worried and I would like you to be happy.
She looks somewhat serious, but like out in a space. I don't think I'd considered happiness for myself until recently.
Well, I think it's start to consider it. I think it's time to start considering it, don't you?
Do you have any idea how annoying you are sometimes?
I have been told on multiple occasions by someone else with a much more sour attitude on occasion how annoying I can be. She still loves me very much, though.
Does she, or are you projecting?
No, she hasn't killed me yet, so she loves me very much.
Death is an option?
Apparently in her book.
Okay, who was this and how have we never talked about them until now?
They were part of my party when Leo and I were adventuring back before I got the teaching job and everything like that. She's wonderful. I love her dearly. She just also has the attitude of some teenagers that I've met. Which, fair enough, considering everything. But in any case...
Can't you do that messagey bullshit?
I would have to check, because I am not sure, as the player, if Seraphina has access to such things.
I don't think sorcerers or artificers get that.
No, I don't think she does. Because sending's a 3rd level. Yeah, no,
Yep.
she does not have it. She does not have access to it, period.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not in my wheelhouse of skills. I mostly use scrolls on any given time, and then also, making
Probably pulls out like a little sending stone that Leo's probably got the other end of. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
just little communication things for me and my partner and everything. You could ask, like, Salkis or maybe Ethan or whoever else casts spells. Not any of the students. I don't think they have that ability just yet. Or you could even go back to the school, maybe see about requesting a scroll or two.
Why does the school sound like a bad idea right now?
You're not entirely wrong, but we are teachers, so they will not look at us too sideways.
You know, his brother is still here. You could also ask him, but also, Seraphina,
You know Sarkis is a cleric, and that is a base cleric spell.
Yeah. Right.
So,
Spell.
Send it.
so you could ask your dear friend Sarkis to send a message for you. You could also ask maybe his brother if there's a way to contact him. Couple options, that's all.
I have some questions to ask later. Also, I'm expecting to hear some more stories about your friend.
I'm sure we can have story time at another point when we can, because trust me, I have plenty about my old group. It's a wonder we're all still alive sometimes.
How many of your problems were your faults, is what I want to know.
Well, it depends on what you count as my fault. Exactly.
Okay. On the just to sage your natural curiosity, how many times that caused things?
The natural curiosity thing actually wasn't just a my fault problem.
How the fuck are you alive?
Exactly. It is a question for the ages, and everyone keeps asking me that. I don't know. Mostly probably because I had wonderful friends around me that were bigger and able to chase things away. Also, that said person that loves me very dearly has a big sword, so.
Okay, that explains why you weren't busted for trespassing.
Mhm. I'm charming, believe it or not. And if I'm not charming, Leo is extremely charming.
Not as charming as Kel.
Hill is very charming.
Kill is very charming.
Okay, I want to say you might be biased on that, but I didn't really talk with Leo that much, so I couldn't say. That's besides the point, isn't it?
It's fine.
Okay, so you're not denying your bias. That's a good start.
I recognize my biases.
Good, good, good. I need a drink anyway.
Go bother your friend.
bar.
Before we get to that, the Karrus, obviously you wandered over here.
Well, yeah, there's more chick.
There is more chickens. There's also 2 people.
You had to go check on the chicken. But yes, he sees.
Yeah.
He looks at the people.
But yeah, what is a hairless tabaxi?
Mhm.
The other one is clearly another shifter because of the tail,
Fair.
with the same kind of like sweater Faye was wearing, where it has the fake ears on the sweater.
Hmm.
But they definitely look younger, I guess, than the others.
Fair.
Because they're not quite adults when we did all the math at their
Yeah.
age.
Yeah. Many, many maths later.
They would probably look 16, maybe 17. They're like pushing that like edge of being an adult. So they're around your guys' age, basically.
Fair. So what he will do, he will look at them. He's gonna pick some apples. That's it. He doesn't say anything to him. He just goes over to the tree, starts picking fruit off the tree.
Existence acknowledged.
I
Yes.
will say
Basically.
that Tabaxi is probably the one chatting the most between the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. He gives a response once in a while.
Question is, him.
Huh?
The question is, do they see him?
Well, definitely there, but yeah, I think they both are.
Mm.
I feel like Dusk glanced over, but then probably went back to staring at the water.
Fair.
Yeah, so acknowledged your existence, but she is more focused on the shifter sitting next to her.
Good. Does he?
It's fine. He's worried about what's going on at home. She's probably worried about her parents. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
After
They've been gone too long.
After Karrus picks a decent amount of fruit, he will then walk over here. The tavern may be close, but here you have a piece of fruit.
Thank you. That's very nice.
She will take and then hand over to Dusk.
You need to eat.
Just kind of give a nod of acknowledgement to both of them and num.
Okay,
Thank
have
you.
fun. Beware of the chickens.
Okay. We're not going to tell him how quickly I chased a couple of them away from over here.
He shakes his head.
The whole while, one of the chickens over here is just giving like an evil eye of "you will be dead soon."
Cat chickens.
Is the chicken from Despicable Me just staring?
Just eye just beaming like right at him, just staring at him.
Probably shouldn't tell him we've also been stealing food from the kitchen area over there.
I don't think of it as stealing so much as making sure we eat, and Mom will probably handle it with Uncle Ethan later.
Just nods.
It's going to be okay.
Sure, he totally believes that.
Yeah.
Listen, he's never been suddenly disciplined by his parents, not in that way, at least.
No.
He'll set the fruit down on top of his barrel. There's some people over on the bridge.
Siren looks at the fruit. Looks over. Huh? He starts looking around like, wait a minute, where's the others?
Oh, yeah, I noticed them earlier. I just thought they were somebody from nearby or that were stopping by the tavern and realized it was closed.
That's Nasir's youngest brother? And
Oh,
well, the joke is, girlfriend, but that's not his girlfriend. I don't think. I feel like that's all he's ever been told.
Yeah. Probably.
That's technically Nasir's daughter?
I have several questions. Isn't he married to...
Adopted.
Ah, okay. Makes more sense. Okay. They seem close at least, so... But it is curious as to why they're here, I guess?
That's a good question, actually. I'm wondering where the others are.
Echo and Ethan aren't back yet. Wherever they disappeared off to.
And so I'm curious when they got here.
And I saw the white-haired one inside. She was with, I think, Echo's brother at some point and sister, and she's by herself now.
Same situation. We all kind of just say that they're boyfriend and girlfriend, but they're not.
Do any of them actually have any, like, outside of Nasir, apparently, do they ever actually have committed, like, actual...
Well, those two situations will just tell you they're really close friends.
Right. Sure. I will go with that until further notice, I guess.
I don't spend a lot of time with their family. I just kind of hear everything from my brother and sister. Or mom and
Which
dad.
I'm sure is quite some kind of story secondhand.
Different perceptions.
I mean, we did meet their parents at one point, or at least some of them, so
Yeah,
it's definitely interesting.
yeah. Claire is the white-haired girl that you talk about. That's
Yeah.
Ethan's twin.
Oh! Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
That,
It's not like Echo and Sears. They don't. I guess they're eye color, but they don't really look like each other. They're not identical.
Yeah, they don't really, but that's interesting. I mean, I guess that might be why she's still here? trying to check on her brother or something?
I'm afraid to ask, because then I might get therapy.
Is that actually a thing that happens?
Well, she does work with Ronnie, so yes.
Ah, okay. That's all you really had to say.
It's curious, but not curious enough to go through that.
Well, I'll at least make sure that those two over there get included in, like, a head count for food. I was already trying to plan ahead. So, least I can do is make sure they eat, though I did notice that we're missing some things.
From what I understand, or at least what I was told, Silk was taught how to be very sneaky by Echo.
Ah.
So...
Fair enough.
I would not be surprised if she found her way into the tavern and took like blankets and things like that too. And we just don't see them right now.
We will probably have to let somebody inside know that probably happened.
They'll bring them back. I think they're just waiting for people.
Aren't we all?
And Dusk is kind of like how I can be. We're just really shy, but less talkative.
It looks like the tabaxi Silk, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like she talks enough for the both of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you and Karrus get the nighttime schedule all figured out?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I mean, as long as we take our rest at some point during the day, shouldn't be a problem. I think it's more of just making sure the other two actually sleep before the shift.
That, I think, is going to be a feat in of itself for some reason.
Probably. I don't imagine it'd be too busy at night. So...
We can hope.
Most people who stop in at taverns at night are looking for like rooms and things, which might be a problem if people are going to be staying here, because I don't think we have an extra room.
I'm sure we can figure something out, and all else fails, some of us can work on camping outside for at least a few nights.
Yeah. We may just only serve food and let people crash on like tables or something.
Sure, we can figure something out.
Well. Yeah, I think that's more up to like Ethan and Sarkis how they want to go about that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, there was only one room, but if people are going to stay in that room, well...
Yeah. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Jax, buddy, are you still just... What are you doing?
Namely just probably right now just sweeping the area. He's bored. He's just sweeping.
Just see him sweeping
For
the
start
same
for-
spot.
Well, for a while he was, and then he kind of remembered if he doesn't move, he might get a bottle thrown at him, so he kind of branches out a bit. He's like, I don't want to get hit by a bottle. Last time I got hit by a bottle, it hurt. So let's not say we did. And he's gonna sweep under the tables.
Alright. Well, bro, you walked over to Sarkis. Sat at the bar.
Oh no.
Right, so very important question.
Why do I feel like this has to do with what you and the small one were talking about?
Maybe.
What is it?
Can you, or do you know anyone that can get a message to someone?
Depends on who it is.
Serious?
Ah, you lover boy. You might be able to. I did get through, right?
Yes.
Yep. So how does it work?
Darkness will cast Sending to Darius.
Okay. What do you say?
Your girlfriend Umber misses you oh so dearly.
I am not in the mood to be fucked with right now.
He'll cast Sending again. Oh, trust me, you'd know if I was fucking with you. This is entirely legit.
How would he respond? Hmm. So, does she want me to come visit again?
Can you say again?
Does she want me to come visit again?
How would he do this? How would he do this?
I love that he could say all this in his head, because
Oh yeah, he'll cast it again. I would assume she does. She asked me to send a message to you. She was staring off the face for quite a while earlier.
I'll see what I can do. Remember, he was also the oldest. Currently running the place right now. Probably while his dad's gone.
Mm-hmm. He'll look at Umbra. He'll be here at some point. Don't worry.
How much of that was done aloud?
None of it.
Ah,
He just started
Yeah.
casting spells in front of you.
Every so often you just see him kind of look up, like thinking, and then he go back to doing something on the counter. Responds. Go back to cleaning the counter.
what did you say to him?
That you want to see him.
It took you 3 casts to say that?
Okay, at first he thought he was being fucked.
Okay, that covers 2. Where's the third one?
Me asking him to actually come. He said he'd see what he can do. He'll be here at some point. Don't
She seems
worry.
confused. What did you do?
I cast sending. Told him you wanted to see him. He said he wasn't in the mood to be fucked with. I told him I wasn't fucking with him. And that he would know that if I was fucking with him.
Okay, I got that. I was more just asking the magic-y shit you did, which was sending?
Correct. 25 words or less per send. And as long as you do that, you should be able to reach anyone as long as they're on your plane of existence. And, well, as long as they're alive.
Well, good news. Now you know he's alive.
Well, that is pretty good news, actually. I have casted it one time before and didn't reach the person. We chalked it up to either they're in another plane, and there's a small chance that it won't arrive on another plane. However, oh wait, okay, yeah, that's. I make sure I was reading that right.
Yeah, it's like 5% or something like that.
Yeah, if the person on another plane, 5% chance that it didn't work.
Yeah.
But even then, it's a very small chance. So I've just assumed the man's been dead.
Right.
Kind of annoying, to be honest. 2 points.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Thanks.
You're welcome. I'll let you know when he arrives. Unless you see him first.
Noted.
Well, that'll be fun stuff that happens later.
In which case, Umbra will go straight to the table and face table.
With the, oh god, he's going here.
Well, is that a things were successful or is that a things were bad?
He's gonna try to come here.
Discord, please. That's wonderful. That is wonderful, right?
I'm suddenly finding words very difficult.
Okay, that's good thing. then. Okay.
Just head pats.
The hell is a good thing.
You could also go try to see him if you're impatient.
She has a point. Rip the band-aid off. Or you could sit here and stare into oblivion and try to not be nervously excited about him coming here.
Still face tabled.
Jess is behind her with like that smile with like the flowers around her, you know?
Yep.
Jax from not too far away just goes, I like that third option myself.
How would she work this? I still face double. What if he sees me as some kind of sex pest stalker?
I don't think he will.
I don't think he would come here to see you if he thought that.
I'm gonna go with what they said because I have no response to that.
I don't know how.
You just tell him how you feel.
No, I gotta get to him.
You could ask Siren, maybe. They might know a way.
I don't think Siren has a way to just teleport.
Well, maybe
No.
not teleport, but they might know of a way to get there.
Again, might be a school trip situation because, wait, hold on. Actually, wait, no, that's how we got here. Hold on.
You got here via your own teleporting.
That's why I'm like, wait, hold on.
I like how Seraphina's playing the frickin' love matcher, or however you say it. Matchmaker,
Yes.
that's the word I'm looking for.
Hold on, I want to make sure I understand how that spell works.
Teleportation circle, I'm assuming? I think you have to draw it in both places.
Not the
No?
circle. I have a 7th level spell called Teleport. I'm double checking what it is.
Teleports you and up to 7 willing creatures. Can teleport to a location that you are familiar with.
I have it 8 willing creatures.
Okay, then yeah, I might have been wrong. But otherwise, the rest of it should be about right.
You've never been there.
Okay, so
That becomes like, I've got a table of chances. Like, I can teleport, but there's a high chance of failure.
Yeah.
So, here's what I'm going to tell you. I could try to take us there, however, I've never been there. So, you know how I sometimes miss where we're going on occasion?
Are you still alive?
Sometimes I ask myself that same question.
You really don't want to know the answer because it's probably not a good one because it's either luck or divine intervention. Either one is not necessarily a great answer.
With all due respect, Miss Seraphina, how the fuck are you still alive?
Maybe
Again.
Maybe she should wait until he comes because I don't think she knows what to say.
He's kind of just staring at Umbra.
Face
I sometimes
tabled.
have that. Looks to Umbra. I sometimes have that same problem too. Just in general.
You can wait and figure it out and all of that, all of those things. And all else fails, I'm sure potentially we're going to be seeing Alwyn again soon, considering we still have not seen Ethan or Echo yet. You have time to think about it. How about that? Head pats.
If you would like, I could let you know if I happen to see him whenever he does come here.
It's already a public
Then-
enough affair as it is.
Sorry.
She's not used
just
to this, Jax.
trying
It's
to
all right.
help.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine. She's just not used to this.
To be fair, neither am I, but that's besides the point.
Well, maybe he'll show up with flowers.
That would be very cute.
I've heard that's nice.
Girls like flowers.
Ooh, it is very nice. Leo sometimes shows up with little shiny things or like tubes of things for me to study.
Don't mind Jax, he just turns around, quickly jots this down in his journal.
Write that down,
As
write that down!
as inconspicuous as he fucking can, too.
Write that down, write that down!
You know, typically inconspicuous is paired with a particular role. He
I
said
will roll for
jokingly.
this. I will fucking roll for this, dead ass. I will.
That is a DM goal. But that was also most of his joke.
We should probably go tell his brother that. Yeah, we should tell Siren that Darius is coming.
Yes,
That's who-
that would be a good idea.
That's who's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jax didn't hear that first part. That's why he's responding that way.
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Well, in that case, I'll definitely let you know if I see him, because I've seen him before, and I'll know what he looks like, and I should just talk.
If nothing else, we can work on some magic things in a little while when Rii'Vahn's done cleaning up and everything like that. Jax, I'm sorry that things are really slow right now.
It's alright, I'm dealing with things. Kind of looks off to the side.
Seraphina's going to pick up, like, her balled up napkin or whatever from breakfast and hold it up as if she's going to throw it with a raised eyebrow.
I can also throw things. I'd prefer not to, but also you really shouldn't be beating yourself up over that.
Not just that. That's been a big part, but it's not the only thing. I'm gonna go back to sweeping.
Right.
He's not okay.
Immediately starts to sweep again.
Yeah.
I know. It's alright, Jess. I'm sure things will calm down eventually and everything will be alright.
Maybe
It
I should
takes
get
a
him
while.
flowers.
Oh, that would
God.
be lovely.
Oh god, you do that, he's gonna be even further red than thought possible.
I'm gonna go find him some flowers. Maybe it'll make him feel better.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll be right back. Shh.
Goes out to like.
To be honest, he
just-
probably didn't hear anything of that because he probably immediately focused on fucking brooming, like sweeping again. Because he's like, I already got a cork thrown at me. I don't want nothing else thrown at me, okay? Even if it is just a napkin.
She stops right here, goes to pick the flowers. She's like, I should ask Ethan before I do that. Then she goes off over here to look for flowers instead.
Amazing.
I'm just gonna say the irony of giving a fire genasi flowers is not lost on me.
It is still cute.
It is gonna be cute.
Boys like receiving flowers too.
In her mind, yes.
I've never received any, but I would definitely like that, yes! I'd be very
Short
fucking
cheat.
confused, but yes.
Short cheat for dudes. It's not the flowers, it's the thought.
Yes,
Yeah. Same
Actually,
for girls.
Particular, yeah.
it really is.
Same for girls. It's a whole thing.
Back to Umbra. Can I just find a dark place to curl up and die in?
No.
I wanna.
I understand you want to, but you shouldn't. For multiple reasons, one including that it sets a very bad example.
The temptation for me to have Jax just go, I don't know about dying, but if you want dark, your room would be a good spot with the blind shut. But then he's like, that might get something thrown at me. So I'm just gonna look at this. I'm assuming fire stuff. I'm not sure what this is, but it has wood next to it, so I'm just gonna assume it's a wood burning stove.
Yeah, it's for like heating the place. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
essentially.
He's gonna check on it, see if it needs to be refueled or whatever.
There's also a fireplace depending on how cold it gets here. This one's
Mhm.
this one actually probably is used more in the winter. They probably only use the fireplace right now. Right
Okay,
now
well,
it's like
once
fall.
kind of figuring that out, he'll probably go there next to check it.
Yeah, right now it's like fall, so I don't think it's cold enough. You're not getting snow and stuff yet.
I mean, thankfully, regardless, Jax is warm enough that he can be a personal space heater,
Eeks.
as he's already been a couple times in this campaign. It's fun. I like it. It's funny. Oh, I forgot there was a bird over here on the map.
Umbra from this point will just silently experience a bit of an existential crisis.
As one does when they probably haven't felt something like that in a long time, only to feel it again suddenly. Yeah.
I don't think Umbra's ever felt it. I'll be honest.
Yep.
Well, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't know because I've never been in the campaign that Umbra was in. This is my first meeting of Umbra in this campaign, so
Fine.
Umbra's still pretty young.
I just don't.
She's only
know
in
much
like
about
her early
them.
20s.
I just don't know much about them other than the fact that their method of teaching shield / different defensive magic is throwing shit at you and hoping you know how to protect yourself.
Do you know how you learn about them? You go and you talk to them about their past.
Oh, that'll happen at some point. Not sure when, but it's gonna happen at some point.
Also, sorcerers.
Because I am
the best
actually
way to
kind of
learn-
interested in Umbra in terms of like backstory and whatnot.
Mhm. Also, learn the best way for sorcerers to learn near-death experience.
Truth.
Yeah, I don't like it, but it's true.
Like the main reason Umbra Quest, why did they hire someone to teach sorcery? It's literally instinct.
I'd like to think that when Jax first like fully used magic, it was because he was like about to get like pounced on by some guy he was trying to keep out of a bar somewhere.
Yeah.
He just freaked out and casted Firebolt.
Really good thing that most sorcerers realize they have magic when they hit puberty.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure when it would happen. He's been on the run for a bit, so. Anyways. Well, not on the
And we
run.
know Danica isn't a sorcerer. Teen angst.
Yes.
Teen angst. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I got for Umbra. For the moment.
I feel like Siren's gonna be the one to deliver the food to these two over here and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Kani will let him do it. She's like, they know you.
Yeah, I don't even know if they knew he was there.
You know.
Just, oh, hey, dude. Didn't know you were here.
They've probably met him a few times, but it was one of those situations where Alwyn's family didn't necessarily hang out with the Wing Whispers nearly as much for roughhousing reasons. I don't think their kids really were into that as much. Maybe Darius and Scarlet were, but Siren definitely was not. So I don't think he hung out there as much.
Yeah.
I brought you some food.
Oh, what? Hey,
I've been
Kind
here for
of
a while.
almost dusk.
Dust just kind of glances up at him. You know, you two could come inside.
we're kind of trying to not. Well,
Kind of looks at dusk.
things have occurred, and we're trying to keep a low profile right now.
If you don't want to be bothered, you can just go sit by our cleric. To be honest, no one's going to try to pester them with Sarkis there.
We
Sarkis puts the
could.
fear of every god into that person.
We could go inside if you want. The others aren't here, right? They've already left?
I think so. I haven't seen them, at least.
Okay.
I think the only one you have to worry about is Claire, actually, but... She's just kind of... She was sitting in a corner when I last saw her, so I'm not sure what she's doing.
I don't know either, honestly, but maybe she's just waiting for Ethan to get back?
I'm not sure if they've gotten along, so...
I don't know. Things are really, really weird right now.
I take it you don't want to talk about it right now.
Kind of glances at dusk.
Just shakes his head.
Yeah, it's a little complicated.
Oh, you're at least welcome to go sit at the tables over there, if you want.
Yeah, we could probably do that at least. What do you think?
Shrugs.
Come on.
Just stands up and, like, gently tugs on his sleeve, like, up.
Up, 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 he follows.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll bring the food over for you.
Thanks, Siren.
You're welcome. I'm gonna go help. Does he tell him who she is? I'm gonna go help my girlfriend. Bye.
Wait!
He just runs off.
Rude!
No, bye.
She kind of looks at
Dusk, he's got a girlfriend!
Dust looks back at Kani, looks her up and down for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's met the mom.
Yeah.
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 Siren is just like how Owen used to be.
Mm-hmm.
murder.
So yeah, does anything else happen right now? Just need to.
Would you say Rii'Vahn would be done upstairs by now?
Probably. Need to go. Oh yeah. He'd be done by now. Bringing
Okay, so it's
everything
gonna
down to
be,
wash and stuff like that.
Yeah. Where would that be?
It's not a technical place in here, but I'd probably say they have it in the storage room, like in the back or something.
Gotcha. Which case, there would be the Rii'Vahn-esque pitter-patter over here. This last place he saw Jax, and he'd probably be too focused right now.
Oh.
Wait, how did I do that?
Careful.
You flip
If you middle
and
click while you're
roll.
holding a thing, it flips.
Yeah.
He'll be here. And this is basically the dirty stuff and stuff that he needs to clean.
Yeah, probably like what people used last night and stuff.
He shall do the washing of the stuff.
And things. Forget the things.
Because I don't think there's
Oh, yes.
anything outside or anything, yeah. So close enough.
Yeah.
They probably hang the
Yes.
stuff up outside somewhere. I am like trying to design a map that will make more sense to everything needs, but
Gotcha. That's where he'll be from this point on until he's done with that.
yeah.
Which I don't know how that should be like what 5 minutes of washing, give or take.
Probably.
Yeah.
Just one night.
Yeah. Washing montage, go.
It was only probably like a couple beds.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun.
Karrus goes up to his room.
Okay. You enjoy your room, sir.
Yep, for a moment.
Enjoy your room, sir.
Jax, do you do anything?
Besides the sweepings, not particularly anything of note unless he's bothered by someone.
Hmm,
Or another thing flying at his head, honestly, either or at this point.
fair.
tempted.
Feel like these two are probably delivering food by this point.
Yeah, delivering food and making sure. I think Kani probably also went through like inventory and everything like that. Just
like,
like
okay, this is
okay,
missing, this is missing, we need to order some more of this now.
yeah. Kani probably brings over like a list of hey, so.
Kitchen stuff is Sarkis's thing. I
Yep.
feel like Sarkis does a lot of the like food ordering. Ethan just does the finances.
Considering the cheese cheese and bread that Sarkis was literally hunting down at the festival.
Yes.
Or bought a bunch
He
of it to
wanted
bring
his
back.
many bits of cheese and toast.
He came back with like 3 bags of food. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
Hashtag just normal bar owner things. Well, not bar owner, bar runner.
Yes.
I don't know who owns this bar, if it's Ethan or Sarkis. I don't know which one does. Somebody does.
Sarkis runs like the bar and technically ran the kitchen. Ethan kind of just, like I said, did a lot of the background stuff. He'd help with the bar, but otherwise, he's not as charismatic as Sarkis can be.
Anyways, yeah.
But just think, before everybody got here, Sarkis was kitchen, the bar, and the bouncer.
Yeah. It was only 3 of them running this place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So what's Kani doing?
Just handing him like the list of, like, you know, I did inventory, and apparently we're missing some things, especially if we're going to be opening overnight.
Yeah, I saw some things grabbed earlier. Reminder, line of sight to that window is perfect to the table.
You know, I don't even need to have you roll perception because I feel like Sarkis probably saw. He and Ethan.
Sarkis
is a
sees
21
all.
passive.
Ethan has a 28.
Yeah,
It's one
yeah,
of those.
found
They're
that
just
out.
like, oh, okay.
They probably actually don't care if people come and snatch food.
No, not really. Because they can replenish it easy enough. They really don't. Yeah.
Oh god,
It's
I've realized something.
Hmm.
New people have entered crusading distance.
They
Uh-oh.
have. Oh no! Wait, it's still outside.
Oh, no.
no. No.
But he'll take the
Verdun?
list.
This is a thing later, trust me. Great.
Terrifying.
God, I'm afraid
Verdun
of.
is just terrifying.
Yeah.
Hands listed goes back to like passing out food and whatnot, making sure Claire's got something and yada yada yada.
Makes
You know what
Jack
I'm
sit
glad
down.
about though with Verdun?
Hmm.
Because he's proven he can enter elves' heads while they're in their little catnap thing, right?
We haven't tested
I believe
that.
so.
I thought he did it once. I might be wrong though. Am I wrong?
He did it when
Thought he did
Siren was
Siren.
actually unconscious
Okay.
because he had just gotten revived, so he was still asleep technically.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't. He
Being
hasn't
brought
tried
back from
it.
the dead is sleepy work.
Yeah, he hasn't tried it on one of the elves. It might be possible, but it would be interesting. I might have a roll for that one.
In theory.
I might make that like a wisdom save for the elves.
Yeah, fair. Well, at this point, he has gone through all the sleepy people, so the elves are next up on the priority list.
But now
Oh,
there's
no.
2 new people.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah. Gotta love this cat.
Still staring at cat with cat. Just,
Oh, it wouldn't be visible.
Oh,
oh.
Yeah, Verdun is fucking with them right now. Classic Tom fuckery with the new people.
What the cat is going to attempt to do is bat at your silverware when you're not paying attention to it, so it's just slightly out of place from where it was.
Oh god, you're that insufferable. Oh god.
I feel like every time it happens to him, he just looks confused and moves it back or something.
Yeah.
And thus the cat is entertained for at least 5 minutes.
Good. I'm afraid if that cat ever has zoomies.
Oh
God.
Christ. If that cat has
Evidently.
zoomies and Jax knows he's taking fucking cover.
It'll be invisible while it has the zoomies, remember that?
That's the worst part. All the more reason to take cover.
We gotta give it catnip.
Gods, no.
Then again,
Sure.
knowing Jax, he'd go to take cover and he'd be taking cover with it.
Problem is now Silk's here, so if we bring out catnip, we might have another whole problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not say we did.
That affects cats differently, depending on the cat.
Yeah. Either makes them really sleepy, which I've seen that it's hilarious, or it makes them super zoomy, like Moxie.
Mm-hmm.
It's either like weed for humans or cocaine for cats. There is no in between.
Yeah, well, depends on person.
I guess, yeah, fair enough.
Unironically, there's a reason I don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes me paranoid.
I That's fair.
Yeah.
So, if there's nothing else important, I don't know if Rii'Vahn wants to come back out and do anything specific. After he hangs up the laundry outside and stuff.
I feel like before he went to hang out the laundry, he's been like, "Hello there." I'm carrying a heavy bag of wet linens.
Drags
Do
it
you-
behind him.
Need help,
Yep.
Rii'Vahn?
No, I got it. Thanks, though.
Do you want me to at least get the door for you?
I would appreciate that, yes.
Okay.
Goes and holds the door open for him.
Tiny little
Thank
kobold
you.
holding a big ass bag full of wet linen. I love it.
Well, it's not a big ass bag. Like it's a couple beds worth, so it's not the heaviest thing. But I am small.
I bet just like the size of it, because Rii'Vahn's tiny small.
Yeah, he could
it's,
carry
like,
that
probably
over his head,
just
and
a-
it would stick.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably about the size of Rii'Vahn, that bag.
Yeah. I feel it's the case if he held it above his head, the bag would sag around him to touch the floor anyway.
He'd be like a wearing like a little. Anyways.
Oh god, Rii'Vahn can get the Pudgy Ghost cosplay with a simple linen bag. Get away.
A simple wet linen bag.
Yes.
Anyway.
He'll go hang those up wherever those are hung up.
Yeah. I feel like Siren kind of wants to go out there to hang out with them, but he's like, I don't know if I should. They seemed a little so he's probably telling Kani what they said.
I mean, that and Siren was yelled at after they mentioned that Kani, like he was going to help his girlfriend by Silk. Wait, Silker.
I mean, eventually
Yeah.
they would have found out. It's not like they
Yeah.
hide it.
No, they don't.
What? No, they didn't.
Very
What do you
important
mean that
question,
Kani and
Oh, well,
what do you mean that Kani and Siren are together? What? No.
very important question, real quick.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Could Rii'Vahn see the strange ritual circle that's forming over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all sitting in a circle, probably talking, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
The temptation to have just to fuck with people, have Ashford stand up and act like he's literally doing a cult seance. just literally performing a cult service.
Well, in which case, after he hangs up the linen, he's gonna walk inside. I think the pets might be forming a cult.
What?
Jax will just slowly turn his head. No, that's just Ashford. He's probably fucking with you.
They're outside in a circle.
That doesn't necessarily mean they're forming a cult.
Sorry, I felt
God.
the need to start spinning.
Yeah, I was about to
spinning.
say, I love the sudden start of spinning.
Put him down.
They weren't actually spinning. Don't worry.
I've never known animals to, of different species to be social like that in a nearly perfect circle.
Ashford is, unless it's a thing trying to kill him. In that case, he just kind of ducks.
I mean, they have been hanging out with each other a lot in, like, this space and everything.
Now that's been
It
pointed
doesn't feel
out.
normal. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna stick with that. It feels very weird.
Now that's been pointed out. I feel like Dusk has been just staring at this whole time.
Yeah. Ashford, like, as soon as somebody looks at him, just switches off from their conversation for a moment to, like, even though no one but the other animals can understand it, just screams, "Can I get an amen?"
Oh my god.
We can't
Just
understand
to
it.
fuck with people.
We can't
I know.
understand them. They can understand each
So all
other.
they see is him stand up, raise his hand, and squeak. Just to fuck with people. I love my little mouse friend.
Snugs is just panting.
Ashford occasionally pats Snugs on the head. My brain did a die and couldn't read the name for some reason.
I
Jesus.
imagine Willow as like a weird mix of pigeon coo and owl hoo.
Yes. Just all the
Yes to all of
hooting.
that.
All the hooting and things like that, and also pecking at the ground and whatnot, because she
Bugs.
saw something move. Bugs and things.
Right, I'm gonna... Oh, Seraphina,
Yes!
I have a new spell I want to run by you.
I am so there! Umbra, are you going to be okay?
You sure I can't die?
No, you cannot die.
Damn it.
Head pats, gets up, walks over.
New spell, let's go.
Well, technically 2 of them, but I know how one of them functions.
Wonderful, let's go.
The grass isn't gonna like this one. Dirt road. Right, that'll be perfect for this. Just go over here to the dirt road.
Oh, Jesus. They're not
Oh,
quite here yet. I just
Fireball.
put them there because for whenever you guys are done with stuff, they will be coming back.
Right. When I get to this point, it's going like... Right, so, I'm not quite sure what it's called.
Mhm.
But... Oh, that's weird.
Weird?
Oh no, I'm thinking something else. Sorry, brain, scattered, it's fine. So,
You can do it, just read through it.
I'm afraid it might do damage to the local vegetation, so, you're gonna do it here.
Okay.
And you'll see him form, like, a sickly green orb in his hand. And he'll just kind of flick it up in the air and have it land somewhere in here where nothing important is within a 10-foot radius.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Interesting.
10-foot radius would be...
Mhm.
So 5, 10... 10, so you'd be hitting like the boards and stuff and the veggies either way. I don't think you
Whatever
can avoid it
minimizes the damage,
fully.
probably.
It's... he wouldn't fully know the range of it in this case, but, like, he'll do that. Non-magical foliage within that radius is going to wilt and wither.
Okay, so some of the
Oh.
grass and like some of the bushes here and stuff.
I didn't want to do that, but that's one thing it can do.
One thing?
So how it works is, I can choose particular targets within that radius when I cast it. And they will be hit by necrotic energies. Assuming their constitution is lacking at that particular moment.
Oh, I know that one.
It's the same one that also would allow my allies to rejuvenate themselves slightly.
Yes. I learned that it was called Wither and Bloom. It's very unoriginal, truly, in the naming convention.
Ew. That makes a fair bit of sense, actually.
But it is an excellent spell. You just have to be careful how and when you use it, and also pay very close attention because sometimes you're basically calling forth a lot of healing energy from your companions from later usage. So they'll expend energy that they could have expended later to heal. So you have to be very, very careful.
Keep that in mind. That's spell for today.
But that is
Right.
very, very useful. I'm very proud of you.
It was kind of just a kind of came to me in a dream the other night. It was weird. It's happened a lot. I don't know if that's normal actually.
You have dreams, and that's where your spells come from?
No, the idea comes from them, and they just
Oh.
make sense mechanically when I go to apply it.
Bahamut be feeding freaking
That
Rii'Vahn
is
spells.
interesting and something we should probably explore in some way, shape, or form, because that's... I haven't heard of a wizard... Well, maybe I have. But in any case...
It's hard to explain, like, the concept's in my mind to start with, but then sometimes, in a dream or whatever, the mechanics just fall into place. Like, subconscious pairing it together or something like that.
Gotcha. Understand. I'm with you.
Which is how I came across, and you will see him form a gnarly-looking blade in his right hand, in a puff of shadow. Kind of like how this came to be.
Huh. Well, I'm not sure you should be wielding a sword, but that's just me considering... yes, anyways. But no,
Well-
that's actually really useful.
Well, the fun fact about this one, he just throws it. Bonus actions effect. It kind of does that.
Very useful.
Boomerang.
That one though, I know where the inspiration came from. That I don't know if you might have been there. It was a spelling match between Umbra and Karrus.
I think I did see that, yes.
Yeah, she did something quite similar with a blade of darkness.
Yes. If you need to practice that particular one, I highly recommend Umbra because, again, like you said, she used something very similar. So it's possible she'll be able to give you some pointers or anything like that on how to use it. I am not a swords person. That is not my forte.
This side is more of a dagger, but I see your point.
Anything sharp and pointy.
Hey.
Leo forbade me from holding sharp and pointy objects at one point.
I wonder why.
Seems there's a strange restriction. Why is that?
Well, one too many accidental almost decapitations of limbs.
I believe
That's-
it's just called
that's-
dismemberment.
That's dismemberment. I'm familiar with the concept.
Yes. A few fingers almost lost, an arm, accidentally, grantedly, and then also poking a few eyes out, almost losing the tip of one ear, a haircut I hadn't been anticipating,
How the frick is this being still alive?
I don't know, but this is the perfect time to have them show back up while she's having this conversation.
yeah.
I am really okay with that.
I feel like
Just
she's
I
just
don't want to know.
coming. She's like they. I'm gonna have to move closer because I feel like he pops them in. They hear that
Mhm.
end of the conversation, and I feel like Ethan just looks over at you.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, no.
He's kind of leaning on Echo, by the way.
That tracks.
Are you all right? Is that what?
I'm more concerned about whatever the hell you're talking about.
Why I was forbidden from holding sharp objects? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Don't listen to him.
Does Ethan look injured at this point?
Well, he
Or
has
is it
been
just-
healed, but he probably still has some blood on his clothes.
Oh, you appear to have been through a lot.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
Narrows his eyes at Ethan.
Not a word.
I have to take him to bed now.
This.
Alright, the linens and everything should be clean. I just replaced them.
Great, I apologize in advance. Just looks over at it. Looks down at Blaze. Come on, kiddo, let's get inside.
Horace is just going to. The others are back.
Rii'Vahn to himself, but kind of out loud. Why would he apologize about the bedding? I'm confused.
There are several reasons why, and I'm not sure if it's which bodily function.
Seraphina's not qualified to answer those questions. Their lawyer told them to plead the fifth.
Are you... You're not suggesting...
No, now, don't hurt the poor child. It's not traumatized.
And I've already seemingly hurt his head by rambling. Anyways, welcome. Could we inside? Perhaps? I'm not sure what to do here. I'm not the host of this area, though Sarkis would probably, and your son would probably like to see you. And
it's a very, very long story that I'll be happy to explain. You two should go find your children.
Yeah.
Right.
Just also heading inside.
Find your child and brother.
Yeah.
Probably what he would have said, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a group discussion. We should head into Sarkis and Umbra, I feel.
Yeah, whoever you want to include.
Okay.
He just was like, I'll just talk to Sarkis, but fine, if you want to include everyone to know, that's great. I'll let everybody know, I don't care.
Yeah, Seraphina's more thinking about, well, that looks like Ethan was in a fight. She's not sure what context there is yet,
Echo had a few injuries himself. Even Nasir probably looks like he has, been hit at least once.
Yeah. Seraphina at this point is very concerned because she has no idea where these people were. Of what kind of what do we have to worry about? Is there more things we need to be concerned about?
Do I need to burn something down?
Yeah, it would not take them long to, because I imagine they could just ask Siren, and Siren would point him outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just put him out here.
Did the quick tackle hug.
Gives pets.
Many much purring.
Many much purring.
Utensil back.
I feel like he starts to walk in, and he kind of stops and looks at Umbra. Looks down at Seraphina. Is she alright?
Hey, that's an excellent question. I think she's having a little bit of... That's probably a question for later. She's having a little bit of an emotional crisis, it seems, about feelings she's discovered she might be having.
I can hear you, right?
Yeah. Which is why I'm being careful about what I explain, because that's really up to you.
You really are the worst at trying to about things, Seraphina.
Look.
Does this have anything to do with my son?
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with it.
Well, if it
Amber
makes,
really wants to make herself really, really small right now.
well, if it makes you feel better, he's been moping around the village too. He just keeps walking.
Yes. We should probably have a discussion with Sarkis and Alwyn real quick. Ethan came back with some blood on his clothes.
I feel like this probably would get even their all their attention
yeah.
over here.
Just like,
Jackson's just kind
Well,
of, he
you're
looked
right
at,
in the
like,
middle.
Alwyn,
yeah. Yeah, that.
Alwyn walk away, then back to Umbra, then back to where he walked away from, and just went, what the fuck?
Seraphina's
Karrus is
not
at the bar now.
quiet. Yeah, Seraphina's not
Yeah.
quiet.
Seraphina realizes what she said out loud, realizes everybody's looking, she's like,
That I
Fuck.
really. Leah's not wrong. I have got to work on that.
I mean, even Sark is just like, why?
Jax just looks back down, she goes, just starts mumbling, I was taught to mind my own business, I was taught to mind my own business.
He's going to scoop up Little Fairy.
I don't think Umbra processed what the small bean said, mostly because this happened directly after the flashbang of, now everyone knows I have a thing, and it's a public affair now.
The
What?
goes over, tugs on dress.
Danica.
Not Danica.
Danica?
Not Danica. Umbra! Sorry. Wow.
I feel like
It's
Siren's
Danica
gonna
you
say
speak of.
here, though I don't think he's going to include himself in the conversation, but he wants to hear what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Umbra.
Just quietly. Did Terry sing really needful announcement?
I was trying to be. I'm very sorry. Would you like a distraction? Okay. When that was Alvin that just came back. Brought Ethan and Echo and Blaze and Terry and Nasir back and everything like that, and there were injuries amongst them. And Alwyn has news about that.
No one's just like leaning on the counter with like his face on his palm and just staring at Umbra with a smile.
He's reveling in this, isn't he?
I can hear everything just fine from here.
Okay.
Just go away. Just go
Okay, I will go away.
away.
Just hops up on the stool.
Don't mind him.
Oh, where do I start?
Hold on one moment. Walks over here. Sets all weapons to the side.
Probably the best idea.
Alright.
Well, I guess I'll just come out with it. Rin and Striker might have had a little bit of a psychotic snap.
These are the shifter's parents.
Yes. Which resulted into some interesting reactions. A little bit of fighting.
That didn't look like a little.
Well, his injuries couldn't have gotten much worse, but he can walk with some help.
I feel as though there's a lot of context that is missing here as to why the parents were fighting them, or what was something fighting? Did they go to help their parents with something? What?
How do I explain this? Because it's going to sound really insane. Nasir went there to talk to his parents about Ethan and Echo's relationship, and I'm assuming to tell them to stay out of the whole thing. They didn't react well to this. That part doesn't surprise anyone. But it led to Nasir being angry enough to challenge his father.
When you say challenge, I'm assuming that's got to do with the
whole wolf alpha thing, yes. Unfortunately, that didn't... Well, I guess fortunately for Nasir, because I don't think Nasir could fight Striker even if he wanted to. It didn't happen. But their reaction was to knock him out and hide him from everybody while they figured out what to do to get him to calm down.
I kind of looks at Circus because Seraphina's had very limited contact with these people.
This is the beginning of it. This is just the start.
Yeah.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, and Turi's
Did you
banned from
have
the
it?
village, from what I understand. There's some fight with her and Striker. That was an inevitable thing to happen eventually, let's be honest here. Put the weapons down.
Rushing slow turn back.
There's a siphoning against the counter.
Currently, the end result is they're being quarantined and dealt with by the council of the family, which I don't see Frost around, which that would explain why. Yeah, they probably contacted him this morning. I love how Claire is getting this context.
Yeah. Claire walks up. Define quarantine.
Last I heard, they were being investigated. I'm not sure how the extent is. I didn't get a chance to ask before we left.
What's the purpose of the quarantine?
Well, let's see. Attacking both their children, nearly killing Ethan. I said his injuries could have been better.
I suppose you did. I just,
They found out about Faye, so that should explain why that reaction came about. The poor kid is traumatized. But, it has a lot to do with lying to their clan, attacking family members, things like that, doing things that might hinder their relationship with Turi's village. There's a few reasons why they're currently being investigated. Oh yeah, your mother and father are there trying to help with that investigation. Looks back at Claire.
No one's died, have they?
Getting close, but no.
Not yet.
we're not going to go killing anyone.
Depends on who's there to talk my mother down.
As far as I'm aware, it has been made a formal request that she does not see Stryker. Ren she might not kill, but Stryker I think she would. And I believe Xander made the same request of he doesn't need to see either of them right now.
That is saying something since they were all here together and were very friendly.
Considering...
Not that long ago.
Came to light.
Hmm?
Assuming that was before things came to light.
They didn't... They did not have good reactions to a lot of situations.
Well, it sucks for them. Their children are adults, as are the people they're with.
Right, I think part of... do you think Turi and Nasir would have updated Alwyn on why he went and challenged his dad in the first place?
I think at least Turi would have let Alwyn know that situation of, like, apparently that was his answer to this situation, because that was beyond what we were aware that they were capable of with Dusk, of all people.
Yeah, so he's going to explain, essentially, was that they were leaving the village. Dusk wanted to go with them, but because Dusk is still technically a child, they tried to prevent him by, like, pinning him down and dragging him back home. And Nasir did react well to that.
I can understand why not. Physical attack of a sibling would not go very well.
Well, I can't even... to some point, I can understand Stryker's reaction because of Faye to attacking Ethan in that sense. However, they kind of... I feel like they're more at fault just because they pushed a lot of it. At least that's my point of view here. They made the mistake of getting between him and the kid and kept pushing the buttons, from what I understand. I was not there for this conversation.
Just gonna take a seat at the bar, like, head in hands.
Okay.
She's probably dealt with Ren enough to know that that's something that they would have done. They would have been very pushy and get between. Yeah.
Okay. So
essentially, they antagonized a lot of the fighting. I don't think any of them would have done more than a yelling match at best if that didn't happen.
Okay. So that explains the extra shifter outside that's been hanging around. This is not something we all have to worry about. It's not something that's going to come down on this area anytime soon.
Well, for now, I don't think they're allowed to leave. I think within the next week, the twins have to go back to see what the count's decision is, which will be interesting because their brother is on that council.
Right. How do you think that's going to go?
Depends on what they come up with. They're all family.
Kind of looks over at Claire like,
Do you have a judge on the situation at all?
Mm-hmm.
And this is hearing it all kind of secondhand at this point.
How much would Claire know about Stryker's history when it comes to his village?
I mean, I feel like it would have been, like, in archives, so it depends on how much she decided to go through people's archives. Because Gladys kept track of everybody's stuff.
Yeah.
once information came out, it was usually kept, like, in that person's file. Which is easy to access.
Would that show up in a file if she was doing a psych eval on everyone?
Possible. I imagine it's not hard, because you could just ask Hodgepodge, and he just pulls it up. Essentially, it tells you what it says.
I'll imagine it's... The odds are they won't find in... they won't find in Stryker's favor if it's true that he's already been exiled once.
That is true. It's very possible he could lose his leadership and that one of the children would have to take over.
That's a lot of pressure.
Well, typically it goes like that until somebody fights the alpha and a new family takes over type of deal. So it passes from family otherwise.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that their cousins are not interested in that role, so...
Okay.
And with Xander and Saris being involved in this meeting, and Turi will also be there, probably representing her village, with maybe her brother. It's not just the family that will be speaking in a biased way or anything. His brother-in-law also doesn't like him. That's not in Stryker's favor at all.
So we're potentially looking at a very large family conflict that's not going to end well.
They may not resort to exiling, but I don't know if he's going to continue being a leader.
Hey.
How long has this all taken place over?
Well, this was yesterday when Turi and Seer left to go talk to them. So kind of into the night, essentially. Your mother thought it would be a wonderful idea to ask, or not your mother, Bryn thought it was a wonderful idea to ask your father for help, and has not ended in her favor either.
Neither will the meeting when they get someone back, because I'm going with them.
I'm not sure that's a grand plan.
I will say,
So,
these people are very traditional, and you may want to be respectful and ask if you can be a part of this before you just waltz on in there.
Well, if I explain to them that I'm there on behalf of the twins, as the parents have already shown a want to attack them, I'm there for their safety.
Well, you could go there to represent Ethan's side as well. So I imagine they would have wanted to hear his story, but I don't know if it's a good idea to put them in the same room together.
No, which gives me another reason to go.
Here's a question for you, Aspire.
Yep.
Do you think Echo would have made sure everybody gave their reports off, and that's why it took them so long to get here this morning? Because Xander asked them for reports.
Yeah, no, he did. Out of character for Echo, absolutely made sure every report got done.
Yeah, because that would have been a very easy delivery for Alwyn to go and make if Xander was in the other village. So,
yeah,
no, Xander's not happy. He wanted a report from everybody's perspective, essentially.
Yeah.
Of what happened, because everybody saw different things. So he's trying to figure out the puzzle pieces, because Rin has a completely different idea of what happened. I think it's what he's gathered so far. Rin says it's all a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
And denial is a river in what the fuck's in Egypt?
Yeah.
Yeah, Claire is just in the corner, just massaging her temples, just quietly to herself. This is a diplomatic nightmare. No.
It might be best for you both to go and get briefed on the situation maybe a day early. See what they've all
Understood.
found out so you can kind of come up with your own conclusions.
Mhm.
It wouldn't hurt if your parents... From what I did find out is that Xander and Sirius are allowed to be involved in this meeting because it involved their son, so I don't see why they wouldn't let you.
And the smaller daughter shifter is also going to be involved, or are they going to...
She is not part of the council, no. Neither are the twins or Dusk in this era. It's just Frost.
Okay.
Being
I-
the one that's been trained to be the leader, I think the only thing they'd be worried about is that he would be biased towards his parents or trying to mediate a lot of the conflict.
Claire will look over to Alwyn. Well, if you don't mind getting a message to the proper channels to request my... Sorry, player forgot the word. Request my participation, I would appreciate that.
I can send a request in for both of you. I was going to go back and at least help emotionally support, I say emotionally support, keep your mother from murdering anybody, because she can just sneak off. And I'm one of the few people that can spot that.
Yeah. To be frank, I'm surprised she hasn't already.
I think Xander's keeping her very close for a good reason. Probably to not cause issues between... Essentially, from what I understand, their main worry is that this has now caused a problem with 2 different allies to their village. So they kind of have to involve everybody to try to resolve this. Usually it would just be a family problem.
Less than 20, or a little over 24 hours, correct?
Essentially. It was a lot of back and forth arguing in very quick succession.
Just under her breath. Leave it to a wing whisper.
I don't know the stories that Ethan has told me about. All of that seems a little slow even for her.
Her point of view is very...
Detached?
Detached would be one word. I'm trying to think of... Rose-colored glasses. Is how she sees
You
the
think-
world.
She thinks everything she does is out of love for her children.
Essentially, yes. And Stryker is just a very protective person. And his reactions are... can be a bit extreme, but they do feed off of hers a little bit. If she's worried and panicked, he gets more agitated, which, you know, just like an animal would.
Sometimes animals need to be put down.
Okay, that's a little extreme.
Let's not break into fighting there. Trust me, they don't tolerate this. There will be a punishment, but it's a matter of how severe.
I have enough respect not to go somewhere else and start any fights. But if anyone to pick a fight with me, I will damn sure finish it right then and there.
Probably not in the meeting.
Depends on what happens.
This is making me question whether or not you should go even further. Sarkis, truly.
Question out of curiosity. Are Ren and Striker and being held in the same room right now, or what's their situation?
That part I don't know. I didn't get that detail. I just knew they were being quarantined.
Fair enough. All right.
So I believe Xander's already requested any conversations that the two may have had.
You're
or with their children.
Talking through.
Just to see if he can get some context based on that as well.
One.
See, the thing that many tend to forget, he looks at all the others, is these earrings are an enhanced sending stone, essentially, that we can communicate anyone we've set up with in the general vicinity of our two continents. But we also have means of recording these conversations.
Does that work over the long distance?
Not from here. We don't have any set up out here. So our 60-foot limit here probably wouldn't get recorded, no. But anything in those vicinities would. Which you, little one, looks at Seraphina. Probably would love to see their home base at some point.
Truly, I have already. You mentioned long range sending stones, and it's small, tiny even, and that has already got my brain a buzz. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, I don't think you'd leave for months if you saw that place. You should see the technology they've advanced.
I would have to bring my boyfriend. He would be very, very pouty for months if I did not.
He would not be the first one to cause trouble, but as long as he doesn't injure anybody, he should be fine.
He's normally fine. I can't promise anything, I'm honest.
But you do have an obligation. You'd have to find a replacement for yourself.
Yes, that would be a problem, and unfortunately, that is few and far between.
But all I am going to tell you all is, no matter how many times he says he's okay, he's probably going to be down minimum a few days before he should be doing any sort of work.
Don't worry, I can put him back on Doug.
Probably don't do that. Echo is agitated enough.
I don't mean physically.
Well, we will handle things here and do what we can, I suppose.
Anyone paying attention to Claire would see her pull an earring out of her bag and attach it to her ear. There's a reason she doesn't wear that at all times.
Yeah. So, the other thing is, like I said, Echo is very agitated. His brother's a little jumpy. Some of you are aware, looks at Sargis, but Nasir has been taken and kidnapped before, and so I imagine that brought up some trauma.
Would assume so. Which, leave it to his parents, did not think of that sort of thing.
From what I understand, their intention, at least from what some of the reports did say, because I may have decided to skim them a little bit on the way back.
That sounds like Alan.
The intention was to erase their memory of the event altogether.
I'm sorry, what?
Rin did not want Nasir fighting his father, which, fair mother instinct in that sense, but probably not the best way to have gone about it, considering they didn't get to do that, and now he's jumpy.
That type of magic is extremely dangerous. You don't use that lightly on anyone.
I guess it was their way of thinking that they could calm the situation without having to continuously fight until it eventually resolved itself.
Oh yes, because using mind-altering magic is the most sane response.
Well, like I said, Nasir's reaction was more of, they had already told his wife that she couldn't be there anymore. He left because he was angry with them. Didn't want anything to do with them until they could start thinking straight. And then he found them pitting down his brother, and, again, instincts. He probably had a bit of a protective reaction more than anything. Because I really don't think he could have taken his father on.
Out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
why is Terry not allowed there?
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you, Aspire, if you remember what the
Yes.
fight was between her and Stryker, because her and Stryker went at it back
Yeah.
and forth for a little bit before he finally told her, just go away, I don't want you here, basically.
Yeah. So originally it was like in that original conversation pre all of the rest of it and everything like that, it was a fine line of Stryker's like, I can and will make you leave. You do not have to be here kind of situation.
Oh yeah,
and
because he kept telling her to like stay out of it and stuff because it was,
Yeah,
like, a
because
family
Tari was
issue.
backing up her husband and everything like that and being like, you're not listening. Both of you need to actually listen to him, and if you don't start listening, there's going to be consequences to your actions.
It basically
Oh,
went
good.
into a heated conversation. So yeah, he'd explain that that's what it said in her report, at least.
Oh, good. So, in other words, he disallowed her from being there for personal reasons, not reasons detrimental to the area. Gotcha.
No, considering she's also the guardian of the other village, this is a problem for their allied contracts and situation and whatever they've got, their diplomacy.
100%.
And she is
Also,
also married to their son, which makes it even more of a conflict.
I was about to say, it kind of defeats the purpose because they're married. He's technically her husband, so he's part of that village, and she's technically part of his. Isn't that how that works?
No, the leader can just exile people. That's kind of what happened to Stryker.
Hmm.
Except his reasonings were false in the sense of what happened was actually a misconstrued situation where they put the blame on him for his sister being killed.
Ah.
This is a bit more of a diplomatic issue now, as well as personal attack against people from their own tribe, essentially. I guess you want to look at it that way. Which is a little different. As far as I'm aware, challenging each other is one thing. You know, it's a consensual fight. You can refuse it, all that stuff. But when you challenge the alpha is not supposed to refuse, from my understanding.
Sign of weakness and everything.
Mm-hmm. It's a traditional thing.
Oh boy.
And Artemis is very traditional. But the fact that they initiated a lot of the attacks. From what I read in the reports, none of them struck first. It was Stryker and Rin that always did something first. Because if I'm remembering that right, Aspire.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware,
Even technically, Echoes was because Stryker went after Ethan again.
Yeah, that is the thing of in all technicality, any attack wise was usually provoked, by the parents.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, he would have said that then. Which puts it more in the favor of Ethan, Echo, and Nasir. Because they did not provoke any of the attacks. As I said, a lot of heated arguing, but I think if they didn't put themselves in the middle of certain situations and push, none of that fighting would have happened. Actually, I think you and Artemis would get along very well. Kind of looks at Sarkis.
Oh dear.
He's a bit of an older shifter now, but he can still... he could probably still knock me to the ground a few times before... even showing that he's hurt. And Stryker's sister is what's known as a battle cleric, as we call her.
That's terrifying.
A fighter and a battle cleric. Terrifying combination. Used to lead the village. And even in their old age, they could probably still kick most of our asses.
Great. War Domain Cleric meets theirs. Good to know.
Essentially.
Okay.
She was a field medic for fighting.
In about a week's time, a little less than that, we'll make our way there to get filled in. Well, I should probably see about finding some people to stand in.
There is a chance they may put them on a trial, or they may just sit around in a circle and come up with a decision and then say their decision to the two of them later. With everybody present. I'm not really sure how they handle it, but it's going to be one of the two.
Either way, I need to find my list of people who can stand in for me here.
I need to remember where I put that.
I think the place will be fine with the kids. So you still got Echo in this area. Echo's going to probably baby Ethan a lot, let's be honest here.
I really need to find that list. They have a lot going on right now, and they're going to be waiting with bated breaths about the what happens to the parents.
I think suggesting that the council come up with a decision beforehand may be the better idea, because otherwise it's just going to be a lot of back and forth arguing with Stryker and Ren. But that's my personal opinion. Maybe you should suggest that when you go.
Yeah, might do this.
Unfortunately, I'm not personally allied with their village, in the sense of I am just a guest when I go, so I don't feel it fit to involve myself too far into this. But I will at least keep an eye on certain things. I feel like technically Xander and like the Gladius stuff is also just considered a guest in most cases, but because it involved Ethan, and these people do visit often, they do not want to go have any reason for a conflict with Gladius.
No.
Like Turi's village is the only one technically allied if something were to happen. Alwood might involve himself if it was to attempt to make an allied thing, though, so he may consider it. We'll see what happens within the week. Their villages are just so far away that it's a little more difficult.
Yeah.
And he's still got to update like Milvada and stuff on this whole situation.
God,
he's got to go
yeah.
back to like he's got to go and do this request for them, and then he's going to go home and he's going to request everything and like or not request everything, but he's going to inform the other family.
Yeah, so Ren and Stryker did a thing.
This is what happened. Sweetie, would you like to go try to make some new friends?
Also, do you want to go bash your best friend's head in, maybe get it to work right?
Okay, to be fair, I'm going to put this context out there. Rin is wearing rose-colored glasses. Stryker is well aware that if he does not lie his way through this, he is in so much shit.
He's in deep shit.
He is not. He is at least aware of what the consequences can be. And he's trying so hard to humor Rin. Because she's not even listening to him.
Right.
So he's just like trying to stick to the same story as her because he doesn't want her to get in trouble. The problem is there is now multiple accounts of the situation because Alwyn also gave a report to them. So there is Alwyn's statements, there is his friend's statements, which he fails to mention this to you guys. but for your context, that would be like Ace, Seth, and Hikari. Ethan, Echo, probably even got one from Blaze. I think the only one they technically haven't gotten one from yet is Silk and Dusk. And then they got Nasira and Turi's. So they have a lot against them that all match up in like context.
Yeah.
That is going to be a problem. And there's a lot of villagers who noted that they went looking for like Nasir because Stryker lied to them that the son was missing. Because Turi came back looking for her husband, and he tried to play it off that Nasir never came back.
A very angry part nature spirit showed up and was very pissed.
So they've got quite a few things going against them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's my list.
And then they've got whatever records Xander managed to pull up from their conversations, things like that.
Right. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst?
Yeah, so they're not going to be in a high.
What could possibly go wrong?
There's a minimal chance they're going to win a favor. I think, again, the only person who might try to defend them is probably Frost. I'm not going to lie. I don't even think he's going to be in. Well, Faye. Good.
Well, Sarkis pulls a notebook out. Found it. Well, you have damage control, so you can't do it. Looking at Alwyn, scratches off a name. Turi, no.
Turi needs to tend to her husband for a
Yep,
while.
that's a no. I don't know how well Ethan would feel about this, but this is probably our best option. Ronnie.
Oh god, not the scary blonde.
I was given a very brief list of people that are allowed to at least watch the outskirts of the tavern. This is something I just completely forgot to tell you, Dave, but essentially, I don't know if Aspire ever messaged you either, but Ronnie would have had to go to Erenbor to let him know to set up a team of some of Alwyn's druids or things like that, like people who can scout around the area because they were worried about the werewolves and stuff. That could just keep an eye on like the outskirts and let people know, but stay out of sight type of thing. So I was like, well, Erenbor sounds like the best fit of picking somebody who could stay out of sight and pick a team that could stay out of sight.
Yeah, Silky Boy.
Let's see.
And
that would be people like Erenbor, Scarlet, a few of the druids, as far as that Alwyn probably could have pointed out.
Yeah, for all you know, he asked Darius.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Well, actually, he might already. Well, he might be asking Darius like within the next like day or two. But yeah, like he would have been known this probably last night, so it was late by the time he would have found this out.
Gotcha.
Another day in paradise.
Ronnie is currently temporarily in charge unless she was allowed to leave, which, no offense to Ronnie, Ethan is not willing to deal with that right now.
Which is why he's like,
he did tell her,
hesitation.
He did tell her, like, if she wanted to let Almost knows in case she know what's going on, in case she has to like leave or something. That was, you know, not Almost, Garthog. Sorry, they're both giants, so it confused me for a second.
I got you.
Both big people.
Yep. It's not Almost, it's the other one. Yes.
Almost is not a part of this one yet.
No. Keyword. Yes.
Well, I say yet, but no, they wouldn't be a part of this. That is a much future thing.
Yes.
Mucho's future thing. Yes.
As far as somebody who could help run the tavern, I don't know if he would have put anybody down for that, because he wouldn't even think about Sarkis finding this out, I'll be honest with you. He probably was going to play it off as nothing was wrong.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. This is Sarkis' list.
Yeah, Sarkis is so
This is
impersonal
Sarkis's
list.
emergency list.
So I'm trying to
This is
think.
the oh shit, everything has gone to hell. I need people to watch the tavern for me list.
I'm trying to think of who might be a good one because Sarkis technically met pretty much everybody.
Lucky.
The issue with Lucky and Matthew was the contacting them because they're
Right,
traveling
getting a hold of
around.
them. Yeah.
I mean, how much faith do you put into the dragon friend that stopped by?
Oh
No.
god.
No.
Seraphina had the thought
Um,
to go like, well, Leo could come by, but then she's like, no, that's a terrible idea.
That is a
Ethan hates
terrible
it when
idea.
Leo's
You know
here.
what's
Yeah, I
You know
was
what's
about to say,
funny?
are you asking for the tavern to be burnt down by the end of the night?
You know what's funny?
Mm.
Sarkis might have been okay with that idea.
See, Leo doesn't tolerate shit. If somebody comes in trying to start a fight, he will be the one to throw the punch first.
Yeah.
That'd be a fucking interesting thing for Jax to watch. Just trying to calm the guy down to get him to leave. Just suddenly Leo out of nowhere decks the guy.
I don't even know if you have to worry about Leo. In fact, Kel would be sitting by the front
Oh, yeah.
door.
See,
Yeah.
I would trust
if
Kel.
anybody-
I trust Kel. Kel's trustworthy.
The problem is if Leo throws a punch at someone, Kel will also punch them. If anybody tries to throw a punch
Yeah.
at Leo, Kel will also punch them. So, like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Either way, someone's getting punched.
He's
Yeah.
the bouncer's bouncer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The problem isn't protection, it's more along the lines of helping things run while everything's going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Leo could sit still enough to run a
No.
bar. I'll be
No.
honest
No,
with
that's
you.
why she's not, and plus she's like, Ethan would never allow that.
Yeah. If anything, Leo probably does have his little clinic thing that he eventually would have done, but he
Yeah.
still travels around and does things. I'm trying to think of who else was in that campaign. You don't know Ace exists. Connor
No.
does, but I don't think she would think to bring it up. Neither would Alwyn.
I feel at this point, Ace is a proprietary secret.
Ace is already watching the tavern. They're both aware of this.
I feel like literally the only one that I know of that seems to be available is Ronnie.
Well,
Though then again, I don't know very
Oh.
many of the characters from
it is.
past campaigns that
It-
exist in this campaign.
So let's see. Aspire had Ronnie and Ren.
Uh-huh.
But Rin's currently under investigation.
I had Lucky, Xander, Alwyn, and Ace, and Striker. But they're all going to be occupied in different ways. You also have no idea how long it would take for Lucky to show up, even if you did get a hold of him with
Yeah.
like sending or something, because you
Yeah,
could
you don't
probably
know
no
how
idea
he
where
actually
he
is.
is. No idea
Yeah.
where he is.
Yeah, they don't have teleporting abilities, so at least not. Probably not to the tavern, at least. I don't think they would have been here
No.
to have been able to, like, be able to do it on the first try. Because even if he did, no, he doesn't even have that ability because he doesn't have high enough artificer.
Yeah, and it's not, teleportation stuff isn't even artificer, it's,
Sure.
yeah.
Drag had Milk. Milk's gonna probably be doing stuff with Alwyn. And Cirrus is stuck with Xander. So the options would probably be Ronnie, because she was set up as she could come there already. She just would have had to let Garthog know that he would be left in charge, because Xander doesn't trust very many people to leave in charge. Those are probably the big two, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Ooh, 8.
Of the whole base, at least. But, like, you could, like if Darius and Scarlet are already coming. Like, if you find that out, that's possible. That they could come and do things. I don't know how much Scarlet would do. I'd have to wait till Drag gets back. But, like, Darius is very, like, responsible. I'll be honest with you. He already runs a grove when his dad's away, so I think he could do it.
Sarkis will look to Alwyn.
Mhm.
Doesn't your big guy have a son?
What was his name again?
Macon.
Macon.
Maakin.
Okay. He does. They also have a daughter. And when she wants to be scary wife. Seems to be a running theme in our family, in our group. I've noticed now that I'm thinking about it.
Do you think he would want to stretch his leg?
Well, I could ask Garthog how he is in this kind of, if he was put in this scenario.
I'm also thinking someone else train while we're out.
Yes, we'd have to find a replacement for that. That's true.
Yes, unfortunately, Umber and I can only do so much in that particular area.
And we should probably think about one for Ethan while he is out of commission.
Highly recommended.
Mm. Let me do some asking around, and I'll send some people here. Ethan will just have to bear with it for a little while.
Whatever we can do to make it a little easier, especially if Ethan needs to recover and the twins are not well. And
I don't foresee
can't
Echo
imagine.
leaving Ethan's side more than to get him food and things.
Right.
Serafina just kind of looks at the younger the students and things like that, and is like,
Who are all
"We're all
like
going."
listening. Yeah.
I'm assuming everybody's been listening, so we're all going to do as much as humanly possible to make things not stressful around here, yes?
Yeah.
I will keep
I'll-
feeding the animals and checking the clearance.
I'll try my best.
I mean, I guess all it really is just making sure we keep up with our jobs and maybe doing one extra thing to help out while he's out of commission.
Mm-hmm.
Manage?
I mean,
Sorry, my brain just thought of the fact. It continues to think of the fact Barbarian has the animal and plant job.
Yeah, it may end up turning into making Darius and Scarlet.
Mm.
I'll be honest with you, but we'll see. I'm gonna go back and have him we'll do a background with him and talking with Garthog about it or something.
Oh, yeah.
Because Scarlet could help out with Ethan and stuff because she is at least an archer-esque that could help Kani and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
She's a fighter, but she is an arcane archer, if I'm right. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep.
she could still help out with that.
Sure. Yep.
Oh, yes. Macon's also a fighter, but he's more a dex-based fighter.
Yeah, so he could help out with that. Darius could probably actually help run the place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I'm thinking maybe those three, if two of them are already coming anyways. So
That would make sense.
if Alwyn finds that out, I guess he'll probably have a talk with a few of them. He'll probably sit down with like Erenbor, Ronnie, and Garthog, honestly.
Yeah.
So just to update them on everything he is now aware of and all that stuff.
Don't worry, Erenbor sends his sister.
Oh, God.
Oh gods.
No.
I don't know who that is.
Good.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Safer
it's probably a
that
good thing.
But yeah.
Yeah, the reason that by the way, that he would have requested like to steal a few of Alwyn's druids was because they could actually turn into animals and get closer looks at like the tavern and make sure nothing bad's happening. Make
Oh
sure
my
there's
god,
no
are you trying
big-
to say a couple of these chickens might be... Oh my god.
Not right now.
It makes so much
Okay.
sense.
Not right now, but I imagine Karrus would go out there one day and be like, "There's an extra chicken."
Where'd that cow come from?
How the fuck did a goat get here?
I mean, they order animals once in a while because they do, they try to live off the land a little bit. There is
Oh, yeah.
technically still a garden and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have to make a map that actually puts everything back on it with that is more like this versus the 3D map because that one just had too many loading problems.
No, that's fair.
That
Loading
sucks.
.exe ceased to exist on those maps.
Well, the problem wasn't even so much like it took a little bit to load, even this one still does, but like we kept having problems with like people missing wall textures and things or like pieces of wall, so you don't
Oh
see
yeah,
the white
that's
dots.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 3D. Yep.
We open
Yeah.
a door, a whole wall section would disappear.
Yeah.
It was supposedly raining and the wind was supposedly blowing, but all I saw was white squares in the sky.
Yeah, so like that was an issue. So I'm going to make a map to more represent this, but I am currently drawing the assets by hand. So
Woo!
Ooh.
Fair.
We're
which
getting
isn't
spoiled again.
that hard depending on how much detail I want to put into them.
We're always spoiled when in this campaign or in any campaign.
But real quick, I will be right back. Chill, talk amongst yourselves. Yeah.
Well, this is a funny situation we find ourselves in, huh, fellas?
Yeah, I'm sure it's all Rin's fault.
Hey, listen,
Why was
I
that
wish-
my first thought?
it's not entirely wrong. Things got way out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, just Jax heard it. He was just pretending he wasn't there. He's like, I don't think I have any part in this. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut, stick my eyes to the ground, and look at how lovely the floorboards are.
If you want to know how bad things got outside of Ethan's injuries and things like that, some out of character knowledge, there might have been a knife held to Rin's throat at one point. Legit.
Mm.
That earns from me, but one singular yikes.
It was not going well.
A knife? A knife was her worries? I was thinking a scythe.
Sarkis, put the scythe down. Not yet.
Hey, it's a +1 scythe too.
Oh
I'm
god.
gonna be real with you, Rin. I don't think you're. I don't think you're gonna survive the I'm a problem arc.
No.
Well, you know what's gonna happen? Is that
Oh, okay, DM.
if the ultimate decision is to exile him, you know where they're gonna go, right? They're gonna go to Gladius and
Yeah.
live there.
I don't
And
know
get
who that
and
is. or
be
where that-
watched like a hawks by Xander.
Or they'll go to her family. One of the two.
Yeah.
She does
Yeah.
have her family still.
Didn't her family not like Stryker?
No, they actually loved Stryker. The problem was because of having shifter children, a lot of different tendencies would come out and everything like that. There's a reason Echo and Nasir are not very close with that side of the family in specific.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
This was like a family that like would have liked maybe Frost and Dusk. I don't know.
yeah.
They might have liked Faye to a point, but I think it was the wild sides that they had issues with the rest of them.
Yeah. Faye could pass, and like
Because she came from a
with-
noble family, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it was one of those, like, they accepted them for who they were and everything like that, but they have a lot more, like, they're minor nobles, basically. They do have some responsibilities and things like that to certain aspects, so it's more of a, look, we want to have you around, but also, please remember that you carry a name with you. That's kind of important.
Name, reputation, all that stuff, so yeah.
Yeah. It's not that they don't love their grandkids, their nieces and nephews and stuff like that. It's more along the lines of like lots of things that have to be handled because
Something,
not everybody.
Something interfamilial politics.
Yeah, it's not even the family politics. It's the outside people politics. The family doesn't care. It's everybody else that's gonna care.
Yeah, also
Yeah.
something politics. That too.
It's kind of like what Siren has to deal with, where he has, like, the mom side, which is noble, and he can portray that when it comes to it, but he also has the forest child side because of dad.
Mm-hmm. Frost and Dusk have an easier time being able to do that. Faye on a half and half basis. Nasir and Echo never in a million years could pass.
Frost!
Nasir maybe.
I say
I'm not gonna lie, I can't
Frost.
see Echo passing as a noble. Just gonna throw that out there.
To
Yeah,
be fair,
I'm
his
just
deception is
imagining-
high.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Siren growing up with Milv discovered the two faces of nobility.
Yeah. He's
Sort of,
probably
Hey,
seen...
hi, lovely people. Nice to meet you. Doors closed. I want to fucking strangle them all.
I want to strangle them and throw them through a window.
Yeah, he probably just kind of does what his dad does and just, like, smiles and nods a lot to people, but then when he gets away from it, he's just, like, exhausted.
He does the safe thing.
Yeah. Owen's not necessarily the type to hold grudges, but he will remember. So if that person fucks up once, he has a reason to go.
His
Yeah.
wife silently in the background. Piss off and die. Piss off and die. Piss off and die.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably didn't like having to move into the noble space.
No.
But yeah, there is a lot of, there are people that can do things. I think between those three, definitely, I think that's where the conversation will probably end up, I'm not gonna lie, but I still want to do a background of that. Just to make sure in case there's any decisions changed.
Mhm.
And let's be honest, those three probably would be the ones Ethan would have less of a problem with being here.
Yeah. Because they're, like, around, like, similar ages and things like that. They are not the adultier adults. They are not the parents. They are not, like...
Yeah.
Just the adults.
Yeah, Frost and Darius were definitely raised very differently, though. Frost was raised to eventually be the leader at a very, very young age. Darius just kind of eventually took on the responsibility as he got older. They had their own responsibilities, but I think he just kind of moved into that role,
Yeah.
like, on his own. Which I feel like Alwyn and Milv would have agreed that whatever their kids decided, they decided, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus Stryker and Ren, who had a very dead set of, like, what their kids should be.
I'm sure that won't come back
to
I'm sure that won't come back to backfire.
Well,
that's already backfired.
there's certain
Exactly my
ones.
point.
There's certain things. Okay, so, like, Frost was being raised to be the new alpha eventually. The twins were just the ones who got in trouble a lot, always, you know, but they were very much expected to act a certain way even at home, I imagine.
Yeah.
Then there's Faye, who was just like the baby girl who could get away with everything. And
I'm just a baby.
And Dusk was the sheltered, must stay around mom person. And it didn't start changing until he met Silk, where he was like going off to be with her more and more as he got older.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely a bias when it comes to their children versus like Allwyn and Mill, where they're just whatever their kids want to be.
Yeah.
They as long as they have like some of their responsibilities and they come back once in a while, I think they wouldn't care.
As long as they if they want to be a tax collector, so be it.
I mean, even Siren has told Kani that like, I think before they got together, they had like some conversation about what they would want to do if they got married, because of, or like to anybody, he would be willing to live more with the person, but he would go back home every once in a while to take care of some responsibilities.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And that she was, I think, the same way with like her mom's business and stuff.
Yeah.
That's a question
Which
Jackson.
is...
That's a question Jax ain't gonna want to answer. Maybe because you don't fucking know.
Honestly, I don't think Jess is like going, even if she were to get married, she probably would not move. She would probably build a house near here and still work here. I'm not gonna lie.
That makes sense for her.
Fair enough.
Once she attaches to certain people, she doesn't want to get too far from them. She wouldn't want to leave Sarkis and Ethan. They're her mom and dad.
Yeah. And I believe, if I remember correctly, she said, and I quote, Ethan is the mom.
Yes, and Blaze has also determined this, which is even funnier.
Yep.
That
It's true.
Blaze confirmed it, and that's why he was so annoyed.
It was a funny haha between Echo and Ethan, and then suddenly it was no longer funny haha.
It wasn't even a funny haha with them. It was like probably a funny joke between Sarkis and Ethan for a while.
Yeah.
And then Blaze confirmed it with the whole mom and dad thing with Echo and Ethan. He was like, God damn it.
Echo probably
Live
just
it down.
ran with it, just like, this is freaking awesome.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ethan's too motherly, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh god.
Well, I figured he'd probably come down at some point to, like, poke his head out for, like, siblings and whatnot after getting those two settled. In the, you're going to stay put, you're not going to get up. If you dare move, I will have a problem, and we're going to have a bigger problem if you try.
Jesus Christ.
Looks at Blaze, make sure he doesn't move.
Basically. Why don't you stay here with him?
But yeah, that's adorable. But like, I love that they just finished all this conversation. Now Echo pokes his head out.
Yeah, just comes out and leans against the door frame, trying to get a temperature check of the room, basically.
Well, Claire's currently probably still rubbing her temples. Sarkis has weapons near him.
Sarkis is white-knuckling a scythe.
The kids probably have, like, this shocked look on their faces, and Seraphina's over there trying to, like, mathematics some things.
Jax has the look of... Jax has the look of, I heard things that I probably shouldn't have, I'm gonna keep my head down and pretend I didn't hear them.
Rii'Vahn's weirdly unperturbed.
Yeah, Allwyn is just casually, like, probably sipping on some tea or something. He would have had Sarkis get him.
Honestly, Karrus is just there.
Siren looks a little like...
fuck?
Karrus is just Karrus to be there.
Yeah. My thing with Rii'Vahn is talking about, like, yeah, there was a lot of heavy shit, but it's like, none of that heavy shit directly affects him as far as he can tell at the moment.
Other than it's, one of the owners, but yeah, like, Siren, I think's thing is more, worry.
Yeah.
Of, like, how this is going to go, because his dad and mom are probably going to go deal with this.
Well, I'm a lizard with problems, I just don't know it yet.
The The only problem he
Honestly-
knows is about how great Grandpappy died when sneezing on a dragon.
Honestly, you've probably dealt with similar situations at home with random kobolds doing weird shit like this, I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, like Cousin Jeffers.
Yeah.
Gods.
And then
Oh.
there was Cousin Prospect. He lit a cigar next to some dynamite.
That wasn't my family, but it was one I met.
Alright, Echo.
You still do them.
Either way.
Ugh.
Echo's just looking across the room. So I'm guessing everybody knows.
Oh, I felt it
You could
best
say
to...
that.
Yeah, I felt it best to inform them.
Hmm.
Well, originally it was only Sarkis, and then this one brought people. Hat surfing on
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, while you're
No.
here, Echo,
Hmm.
he'll take a dagger out, pull up his sleeve, and just cut his arm a little bit,
What the?
and drain it into a vial.
Oh yeah, I was gonna point
Oh,
that out
that's
that
what he-
Ethan is going to probably need some blood at some point.
Oh no, he'll hand him a couple vials worth.
With how much he lost? Yeah.
Hmm.
Make sure he drinks. Force him, if need.
Well, if he doesn't borrow some of mine, he'll definitely drink these. Don't worry.
Thank you. Also, I'm going back with you and your brother.
I'm sorry.
When
If they even go. Yeah.
If you get, yeah. If
They
you guys
were
go.
Yeah, they were specifically requested to come back, I think, but I think that has to do with whatever decision they make.
Mhm.
So they probably will, but still.
If you guys go either way, I'm going back a day early before the decision.
Why?
I have my reasons.
And you're gonna explain them.
When I'm there with them, yes.
You could just tell him that you're just going to represent Ethan's side so that he doesn't have to be in the same room with them.
Honestly, that's the biggest reason.
Well, Ethan wasn't gonna be going back anyways, so.
Good. I'll go in his place. I also have a thing against people treating others the way they did, so. Oh yeah, see, he was upset that Ethan got hurt. Don't get me wrong. The biggest reason was how Striker and Ren treated their kids and others their kids cared about.
Yeah.
Jax is just looking at how beautiful the floorboard looks.
By the way, poor Blaze only wanted to go because he wanted to see where Echo was from.
Yeah.
And that was his
Sunshine
first
Child.
experience there.
Sunshine Child wanted to go see the nice place and then got wrapped up in a domestic dispute.
No. You want to know what Ren and Striker had the balls to do to this child?
Oh,
They
God.
told him when he was calling them mom and dad. These two turned around and said, "That's just a misunderstanding."
Poor
The
kid,
adoption
man.
thing was all a misunderstanding, and they
Poor
were gonna.
kid, dog. Damn.
Yeah, so he's been a little hesitant and reluctant.
Damn. Fuck.
Yeah,
That's
For a
just
set of
rough.
time.
yeah.
It's fine. Look, it's gonna be fine. Whatever happens, happens. We're gonna handle it.
It's fine. This is
More
gonna
than
be a
likely.
very big background meeting.
Yeah.
Also, do I tell them the fun fact of what Cirrus did? Or Cirrus's grandma move?
You did. You want to know what Xander did? I could do that too, but we'll see.
That would be very cute.
Cirrus first.
Cirrus
What did
first.
Cirrus do?
She gave the kid a knife.
Oh no!
Oh
She
Here's a
did.
knife. Go do crime.
That's the
She,
grandparent
she
thing.
not
Yep.
only gave him a knife, she gave him the ones you use to get shorn.
Huh?
The
Iron
dagger.
Weave daggers that go against ancient magic.
Oh boy. Grandma straight up go do a crime, handing the kid a dagger.
You don't understand.
No, she said specifically,
Mikey.
treat this thing responsibly.
Yeah, that.
She did.
Mikey, you don't understand. These are god gutting knives.
Yeah, they are.
That kid can take down God if he wanted to.
Yes,
He
you
could.
could gut God.
Not necessarily God, but old magic. Like,
Yeah, like people who could cast at like
Primordials.
15th level and shit like that. Yeah, like.
yeah.
Well, he'll be
She got, like-
protected.
She
Yeah.
bought like 4 or 5 of the fucking things, just as a collector's item. I was like, you know what? This would make a great heirloom.
You should have brought him down, Echo, because this would have been interesting for Claire to see. He's wearing Xander's hat.
Oh.
The magical one that does the fear thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is
It's
that the
not-
concerning one?
Remember, they
No.
removed the curse a long time ago.
Right. Oh.
But it is the one that does, like, the fear effect on people.
Oh, that is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But
It
I
was very
like,
cute.
that would have been cute to bring out with Claire here.
Oh gods. Did we win as grandparents?
You guys won as grandparents. Echo is absolutely baffled by the response.
Congratulations.
They're
Congratulations.
completely opposite responses.
Dude, it's like there's
Serious?
no other way we go. There's no other way we could respond it because Lucky is in the family.
I feel like Sirius and Xander, I think this is what I told Aspire, they both, I think, really miss having, like, a kid around, like a child that they can take care of and stuff. Because both of their kids are
Yeah.
adults now. And this one they can spoil.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, by
Yes,
giving
we
them
can.
God-gutting daggers.
In a hat that has, like, a really, like, a 19 DC on a fear effect.
Yeah, but when I realized forgot how broken Garthog was. Anyway.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Echo nudges Umbra's seat and then also wanders over to Claire real quick.
Mm. Well, Umbra's no longer physically steaming, but she might be simmering.
Yeah.
You know, the anime embarrassed. Just don't. I'm boiling now.
Yep.
That's clear. Echo did the walk up to Claire.
Yeah. Sorry about your brother.
That's just for context for, like, Mikey of what the hat does.
Yeah.
Let me check.
I appreciate
Yeah.
you being there for him.
Well, considering he came originally for me and I got him into a world of trouble, it was kind of, I'm sorry.
I'm hearing it. You were the reasonable ones there.
Reasonable is a little questionable at certain points, but we were at least not trying to wipe anybody's memories. There is that.
Yeah, that's a point for the positive, I would say. Still, you protected my brother, and I appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't know if he's gonna want to see you, but if you want to poke your head in, might not hurt.
Aaron's gonna come check on these guys while you're doing that, make sure they don't need anything.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Claire, in her honesty of feelings, she looks visibly conflicted.
Look, it's up to the two of you how you guys handle stuff. I just know we've got a kid that could really use a nicer family than mine.
What's his name?
Blaze, your parents have already basically taken over grandparent duties immediately, so...
I feel there's a lot like you would be proud of in that.
Yeah. Trust me, I kind of wish I could get a hold of him right now, but... I am gonna go check on my family out that direction. He's upstairs in his room if you want to poke your head in, but... Again, that's kind of up to the two of you, how you guys want to handle everything. I don't want to meddle, but I also think that support's important, and you guys are way more supportive.
What's
You see your thing for a moment.
Oh, go ahead. I'll have her talk here in a minute.
Funny thing is, after that
Sorry,
was done, I was
that
gonna have
timing
Jax
looked
do
beautiful.
something right quick with Umbra before that.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Put her back
Oh
over
no,
here.
after the
Mhm.
yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
If you were in his shoes, would you hate us for not noticing?
The problem is I'm not in his shoes, and it's really hard to be in somebody's shoes that doesn't... I can tell you this much, that I think he wishes... that there was a little bit harder of a try, I guess. He's not the same guy that you might have grown up with and was just vanished and stuff like that, but he is still your brother.
It was
I
Jay
failed.
muted, but he came up through my mic.
That's why I whispered bless. I didn't want to interrupt anything. I'm just like,
I'm brother that I failed.
Well, funny thing about that, just means you can try again if he wants, if he is okay with that. You can offer that, at least. Fight if you've gotta. I know you're a pacifist and everything, but still.
It does have many meanings. You should just take a deep breath. Upstairs, right?
Yep. See, Tilt
Alright.
mentioned which room it is.
Thank you.
Everybody else,
Well-
chill out.
Nah, I grabbed the wrong one. She'll make her way over here eventually.
okay.
Or probably about here-ish.
So all Jax was gonna do with Umbra was he was gonna go kind of check on her, kind of like clear his throat, like, excuse me, Miss Umbra, is there anything I could get you? Anything to drink, eat, something like
I'm
that?
perfectly fine. You can go now.
He'll just like put his hands up slowly and walk away, like, okay, I just I just know that we're all here to support you. Backs away.
Hey,
He was trying to be a supportive being.
I feel like Jess is just standing in the doorway blinking, trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh yeah, she wasn't in there during that entire thing.
Nope, she has been gone this whole time.
Meanwhile, just sitting in the middle of the room, going, please stop noticing me, people.
Jax was socially awkward. He kind of gets that. That's why he backed off when she told him to.
Kani waves over to Jess like, it's okay. Things happened. Ethan and everybody are back.
Okay.
Apparently some disagreement, a lot of fighting happened. Ethan's resting right now, and just in general, there's a lot of political things happening. So we're just gonna all be trying to help out a lot more.
Do I have to punch somebody?
No, I don't think that's recommended based on what I was told.
And I believe if anyone's
No, very much not recommended.
Okay.
Jack's immediately like thinking, if anyone were to punch anyone, I feel like Sarkis would be able to handle that just fine.
She doesn't say anything to Umbra, she just walks over, like, pulls one of her hands out from behind her back and puts a little daisy on the table for her.
Aww.
So cute.
He's just
And he walks
sleeping.
away. And she just go over to Jax. I got you flowers.
And she pulls out flowers. It's a bunch of daisies.
Oh.
He like wants to grab them, but he knows what'll happen. He's just like, they're lovely. Like literally, like genuinely. Like,
to be fair, Genasi can control their fire.
Yeah.
I just like to think when Jax is very emotional, he can't. That's the only reason. He's like hesitant to grab them. He's just like, oh god, I hope I don't burn these. he'll hesitantly grab them. And now I'm gonna roll a d6 to see if they fucking set ablaze or not. Surprisingly, they're fine for now.
Jesus.
He just looks down at them, not burnt. He just goes, oh, thank God.
I thought they'd make you feel better.
I appreciate that.
That's what she left for the past, like, hour to do. Scouring the woods for
if this man's could be any further red, that would be what's happening here.
Which is really hard to tell because he is a Genasi.
Yes,
Yeah.
a fire one at that. Is there a ground genasi or am I tripping?
There is an
There's an
earth.
Earth Genasi.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. I felt like my brain was like, there should be an earth genasi, and then it's like, but isn't there already? Like, you know.
There is. They actually can vary from, like, lava forms and stuff, too, which is kind of cool.
Fascinating.
Yeah, because they could do any kind of earth type of thing. So there are, like, magma type ones.
Yes, Earth and all your favorite flavors. Earth, hot Earth, cold Earth.
Sky
Which
Earth.
gets really confusing because some of the fire Genasis can also look like that.
Yeah.
So how are
Let's not forget about the Sky Earth.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
What happened?
So how are you holding up with the whole thing?
I don't really know what's going on fully, but Kani says it's okay, so.
And about the festival?
I'm okay.
That's good. Shame we had to leave so soon. I was admittedly planning something for the two of us to do, but things happened, so.
Like what?
He kind of like pulls out his journal, flicks through it, trying to find the page, because he probably writ it all down. Well, they had a couple of like food stalls. I was thinking maybe take you to a couple of those, maybe get you some nice things and stuff like that. He kind of looks down at his journal again. Why did I write stuff like that in the journal?
Oh, so like a date.
If you would have wanted it to be, yeah.
We could go to there's a town not too far. We could go to a date there.
He's like, he pauses, looks to Kani, like, is this okay? Am I okay? He would look to Siren, but Siren's not inside right now. So Connie's the next best person.
She just kind of like shrugs with a little nod, like, I don't see why not.
He just kind of goes, I'd love to do that. Yes, very much. I'd love to do that. Again, trying absolutely positively not to, you know.
I can wear my pretty dress again.
I forget. Yeah, Jax did see her in it. Yeah.
Yeah, because
okay, took me
she
a
wore it
minute.
at the party.
They had it at the
Yeah,
at the like little party prom type thing. I don't know why my brain classified it as a prom type thing, but it did. It looks nice on you, that dress, so I wouldn't mind. I could wear that fancy. I believe it's called a suit. I'm still learning about those higher function outfits.
We don't have to dress up if it's weird.
It's not weird, not at all. It's okay. I'll come completely clean. I've never really done things like that before, so that's why I've been writing it down. That's why I'm so weird about it. Nerves, I guess.
Aw, you're so cute. Pinches your cheek.
Hair just becomes like brief moment, like flares up and flames for a moment.
It's like he's so innocent. I love it.
You said they got pecked on the cheek, right?
She like pinched her cheek, like did the little like cute little oh.
Fuck it, I'm gonna count it. Give me a second. You do that. He passed the fuck out for a moment. He faints.
I feel like she just looks down at him and blinks. Doesn't even try to catch him, just like,
Oh no.
Man, this is... look, I had fun being the flirty rogue. Now I'm having fun being the innocent sorcerer. It's great.
Honey, he was
I'm
really warm. Is he sick?
He's feeling really warm. I'm sorry. That's fine.
I don't think he's sick, Jess. I think you might have flustered him.
Oh. I wasn't trying to. This time.
Yes, you...
This time.
That's extremely fair.
I feel like Alwyn is over there trying so hard not to laugh as he's listening to this.
Yeah.
Connor just like kneels down and pats Jax on the face a little. Jax, come back, buddy.
Hang on, do I need to roll something for that, or am I good to just?
It's up to you. You could either roll or wake up. It's up to you.
I feel like it wouldn't be faded that long, at least this time. Don't blink awake. What just happened?
You fainted.
You got a little overflustered there, apparently.
What does that mean?
You
got really, really warm and you fell asleep for a little bit.
He just kind of blinks, but I'm always warm.
Warmer than
Just-
usual.
Just pinched your cheek there, and then all of a sudden you were on the floor.
I didn't
He kind
even
of
aim
thinks
for
for
a
it, then
nerve.
just kind of goes, right, that happened.
No,
He
to
just kind of
dogs.
like pulls out his journal again, just writes, note to self, scream into pill later.
No, it's a different spot you hit to knock someone out. It's a different nerve.
Fair enough.
Kani stands up and helps Jax up again.
Jax thanks profusely.
Darkest
And then
readies
proceeds
another...
to apologize profusely to Jess for just suddenly dropping on her.
What was that, Sarkis?
Sarkis readies another cork.
Oh god! Oh god! Not again!
Not really.
Seraphine.
Seraphina's like, no, this time it's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe we could plan that. We'll go. We'll bring Kani and Siren as a double date.
He kind of like goes, you know what? I think that would be great. Him speak, mainly because he knows damn well that if he doesn't know something, his fellow also like dating someone person that he knows Siren help him out a bit. Because I mean, to be fair, the whole like planning thing did get a bit of ideas from Siren, so. Siren's been like his kind of wingman this entire time.
That's when Siren drags these two along as well, so can Dust and be like,
Yeah.
Triple D. I'm just kidding.
To be honest, the way they act, you probably would swear they were dating, but they're not.
Mhm. They are not.
Fair enough.
At least, not that they've ever admitted, probably, to each other.
Yeah.
The plot twist is it's like they're like in their like they're like adults, full adults, and like they basically done everything like unofficially, like get married and all that, like unofficially, and he, like one day one of them just finally realizes what the fuck happened.
Fox and I had a conversation about Silk and Dusk for like Rift and everything
yeah,
like that, and we
Silk-
were like, they probably just ended up together.
Yeah, Silk and Dusk, it's a little bit of an interesting case, because Shifters and Tabaxi age about the same, so they met when they were, like, little kids. I think they were both 8.
Yeah,
Childhood
they were
friends.
babies.
And so, in context to that, they've technically only known each other a few years by this point, because they aged, Shifters and Tabaxi aged by like 10 years old, they're adults. So, yeah, considering they were 8, they were already at least around 4 or 5 by that point.
They
Like physically they age faster than the years that go by.
Mhm.
That's the weird thing about those two.
so
They age like
currently are-
animals. Yeah, they age
Yeah.
quickly like animals, which is why they have shorter lifespans.
Currently, they are not together. However, Rin still recognizes certain things, just like doors open, nobody does anything, like just bomb.
Mom,
I cried out
nothing's
of
gonna
things.
happen.
Yeah, just it's also a thing where Tyrion and Nasir probably made bets on any given moment.
I feel like Jack, when it comes, if it comes to him being a parent, he's gonna be very much that sitting at the table cleaning his spell focus when the fucking partner of child, like when they start dating their partner and bring him back to the family, he'd just be sitting there cleaning his spell focus. Like glance at him, give him like a, just go back to it.
So, there was a lot of sidetracking that happened.
Alright.
That happened with everybody, let's be honest here.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, we
I'll
had a bit of an
apologize for my
ADHD
part.
It
rabbit
is.
hole.
11:20 almost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's almost.
It's been about 4 hours.
Shit, really? Damn.
Yeah, since we started stream,
Yep.
since I hit that start stream button, it is 2 minutes to 4 hours.
It always freaking goes so quickly. It feels like you just started like 30 minutes ago, and then you look and suddenly 4 hours have gone by. What the hell is this?
A lot of this
Magic.
happened, but it was a lot of conversations and things like that.
Oh, my middle finger's doing
Yeah.
the twitchy thing again. Okay.
But yeah,
Got a few background things to do.
got a
Oh,
few
yes.
background things. Alwyn's gonna go talk to certain people, so he will probably eventually say bye to like Siren and head off. Did anybody ever let Siren know that Darius was going to try to come here?
I feel like Jack said so, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
He hasn't been back inside. Well, no, I don't think anybody said anything to him because all this stuff happened.
Yeah, that's why
No.
I said I can't be sure.
yeah, no,
honestly. My
I don't
memory-
think anybody's mentioned to him yet.
Especially in the short term, is like I would say goldfish, but that'd be putting the goldfish to shame. Is how bad short-term memory can be.
Yeah, and then Claire, we could probably do that in the background too.
Mm,
I'm assuming whatever Echo's doing can also be done in the background too.
Yeah, it's mostly just like
And
checking on things here and whatnot.
Yeah, and then I also have to make a roll to see who may have to roll the perception when those 4 go to stay in the room.
Oh, goody.
Is there a dead body?
No, that would have been obvious.
No.
Just,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the smell alone would have fucking sold that.
I feel
Especially with people that have enhanced senses.
I feel
What's the
like-
shifters?
Rii'Vahn would have had advantage if there was a dead body.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. Rii'Vahn is also like good with necromantic, like some necromantic magics so far. So
Don't worry, Rii'Vahn's not going to report on his own unboxing.
hello, good day there. I'm Bob the Necromancer, and
No.
today we're gonna do an unboxing.
Alright. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. Hope you
Thanks,
enjoyed
y'all.
our
Yo,
side
Bye.
tangents.
Yeah.
emotional derps, not
Ow.
featuring ADHD.
When I stood across the table from you, once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. People grow up, forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. 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 We roll. And yeah, we roll. We roll. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. sit across the table from you once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety-clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. Forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. 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 We roll. And yeah, we roll. We roll. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. When I sit across the table from you once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety-clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. We roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. People grow up, forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. 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 We roll. And yeah, we roll. We roll. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. sit across the table from you once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety-clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. And we rolled a critical hit to the heart. People grow up, forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. 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 We roll. And yeah, we roll. We roll. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. When I sit across the table from you once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety-clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. We roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. People grow up, forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. 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 We roll. And yeah, we roll. We roll. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled. Yeah, we rolled. We rolled sit across the table from you. Once a week, a month, or like every 6 months, depending on people's schedules. So the clickety-clack of dice in our crew keep me warm inside before we smack down an evil cold just to gain a level. And we roll. And we rolled a critical hit to the heart. People grow up, forget how to play, but not us, no. We laugh due to a dad joke or innuendo. Probably it's how every adventure that we create is our own cinematic universe, and it ties us together, and we will never forget. We roll. Yeah. Yeah, we roll. We rolled a critical hit to the heart. We will never, never, ever forget. We will never, never, ever forget. We will never, never, ever forget. We will never, never, ever forget.